Alright, guys. I'm here. How are y'all? Let's see here. Thought I'd jump on for a bit. Take a stroll around the block. I mean, yeah. Been a big day. It's been a good day. Despite the petting zoo shit. Uh, in case you're unaware, we're in the same shit, different day cycle. And if you haven't taken note, I don't know, many haven't because, you know, last few days, all the efforts have, sort of been also an attempt to distract, like we wouldn't be aware of fucking lockdown dumbass or any of the rest of the tragedy pimps like Olivia and Bourne and hitting the fucking pavement and all the other jackasses planning all that crap and then contacting media to be there and then them hyping up all this danger and bitch, everybody knew all the things, okay? We see you. Same shit, different day. However, yeah, they gotta drain that well dry, don't they? But it was half everything's always three things, right? Well aware of the horse shit. They just gotta keep coming here to the last dog's hunt, I guess. So shouldn't be lost on any of you that lockdown dumbass is apparently trying to play Superman on rooftops. I'm not sure what the fuck that's about. Whatever floats their boat violates airspace. I'm not sure. I just don't care. Um, and you got the other ones hitting the ground, and you got fucking Olivia's dumbass, and guess better hope she doesn't touch any more water bottles. Here till they're digging through buildings or dog shit or who knows really what. Probably to try to be like, hey, Paramount, and Chasing's back there in the background somewhere slithering going, yes, girls, we're sailing it. Jenny and Adrian tweaking somewhere, twerking, whatever it is, right? I don't know. They've all put on this facade of whatever it is, passing for summer birthday celebration. But anyway, and now they gotta have White Boy uh, sweating them good old Florida sweats, protecting and playing bouncer. And no, the bad guys are here, and I'm gonna protect you against the bullhorn and the Libyans. Hot and sense, whatever. And then they've got people building up all the oh my gosh danger. Whatever, same shit every night. If you get it, get it. If you don't, I don't know what to tell you at this point. All for one, one for all, and all in the name of Summer Wells, isn't it? It is what it is. Shouldn't be lost on anybody what's happening. It's goofy. It's evil. It's gross. It's disgusting. And others were, I swear, been seeing some comments throughout today. They're like, oh yeah, it's going to be a good time for law enforcement where all of them are going to be at once to go and arrest them. Huh? When do you all see any of us ever at these things? Which I think see indeed. Maybe he changed plans and actually decided to go to the church thing. I don't know. Whatever, man. So their buddies set up all that and planned it, I'm sure. Contacted the news to make sure they were there. And get a few more tragedy pimp faces and the heightened sense of whatever around, so then they could not really make it about Summer, but getting eyeballs over to their channels on Summer's name and his birthday thing they put on it. All to bring in the eyes on them, right? Make them look like they're really doing something in all these active and ongoing cases of them fucking them all up and exploiting entire goddamn communities and destroying everybody and everything for profit, views, and clicks. Anyway, I don't know. When's the last time you seen all of us anywhere? At one time. Nowhere. Nowhere. Most of us aren't even able to go to these things. And not that, for me, I don't, hold space every day for someone. And, she's right here with me 24 hours a day. I don't need to go virtue signal, be out there in public. Oh, look, I'm holding the fucking candle. You know, uh, they're straight up in the news or anything. I don't need any. That's not what's right for summer. So, it's just how it is. And also, anywhere we show up, let's be real, it's going to be food and fodder and bullshit garbage they can sell off and then swear they have some right to make money on us or image where we're at. Be like, look, GSP, Candace, Hunter, anybody else or anywhere, holding space for summer, Oh my god, they must be up some. Oh my god, there's a flower. What does the flower mean? What does this mean? Oh my god, where'd they buy that candle from? It's suspect as fuck. Yeah. But yeah, the crazies and lunatics right in there. Fucking rampant. And for the past couple days, I've watched them in comments going, we're embedding psychics in the church to read everybody, including Robin. Huh? Okay. Sure. Whatever. All of them are going to be there. Really? Alright. No. Mm-mm. And, so I guess, like whatever. And they're all like, yeah, the cops need to go round them all up once and arrest everybody. Who the fuck is everybody again? I don't know. But, I guess you people around where the cops can make arrests at any time. They need everybody. They just need to arrest every goddamn body in the entire community. All at once. And, I'm not sure how that's supposed to go after, I guess, play good cop, bad cop YouTuber on us all until we just all, I don't know. And then, you know, hope nobody knows rights. Are like, yeah, I ain't doing this. I'm contacting, like, I don't know. People are stupid. I just don't know. But y'all, you'd think as much as some of these people watch true crime, or even one CSI ever in their lifetimes, they wouldn't be this stupid, but they are. You can't fix this level of stupid, nigger. You just, so whatever. Anyway, apparently there's a hot instance, whatever. Sure, lockdown roof boy there or whatever. Um, playing bouncer outside of a church because, oh my god, Bullhorn Olivia or whatever. Dangerous. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. You see how it works between lockdown and all them while they all play together? Pretend they. I'm just so sick of that nigger shit. Y'all really buy this crap? I can't get behind it. I don't know how y'all do it. I don't know how y'all eat it, believe it, and if they ain't all for one for all yet, I don't know what to tell you. I've been screaming this shit at you for eons now, and every time I'm right, y'all are like, holy shit, you were right. No kidding. No kidding. Way to play the game, and you all do. I guess people are stupid, man. You cannot fix this level of gullibility and stupid. So the main provocateurs are all here. Game set up. Game set match, right? Any bodyguard, lockdown's gonna be like Superman outside of the church. They're making a tragedy pimp scene of everything. This extreme danger is coming in. They've done enough advertising to get woo-woos in there. They're embedding psychics, Bullhorn Olivia here digging through dog shit, or four boxes or some abandoned buildings. Who knows if they have permission or not? You never know. I think they probably did toss out a few $100 to some random person though to look like they're doing something because they wouldn't want it looking like Olivia was trespassing right now, as they can sell her and her pretty face off Paramount while they pretend they're all not in on all the garbage. I just deluge won't. Y'all be gullible if you want to. They're on to something. They're gonna solve it in a minute now. And it's all about summer. Ain't. Yeah. What a celebration. What a fucking celebration. All in Summer's honor for her birthday. Wow. Y'all are really top notch little weasels. Same shit every day. You know, you can't let these days pass. Not her birthday, not throwing parties every year on the day she vanished. Call them Summer's Day. Imagine that. Imagine you vanish off the face of the earth and you got a bunch of motherfuckers coming out every year. We hope to do this every year. I'm like, how about no? How about that child's found? There's no need to ever hold space for. But wait, there's a goodie bag to tragedy pimps exploiting the entire community, harming people, causing emotional mental distress, livelihoods changed, jobs lost, reputations ruined. You know, just inset and insert and destroy it. All because their neighbor they really know is missing, and while you pieces of shit are here on the ground around these events, we don't even really come out of our damn homes, and the ones that do, they're sort of, for me, they feel like all the Duncans. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Which is something else. I know there's around this who they actually wanted to go to the church thing, but aren't, and because of all the bullshit, and they realize it's not about summer either. Not truly. I'm sure there are a good many people there who truly care. Real church members, of course, because they have to be the ones there and present and open the church doors and that kind of thing. For all the ones there, for all the right reasons, thank you for being there and holding space. To the garbage going on around that, though, and the Olivia's bullhorn, bullshit, jerk off strangle artists there, and the rest, and the lockdown flyboy rooftop fella, um, and crew being the main provocateurs to hit the ground or whatever with these same shit different days show like around Petito and everybody else. So y'all pretend you ain't all the same part of the group. Give me a break. Fuck you, ain't nothing needed. Your faces ain't needed. Your tragedy pimp bullshit, get your own faces in front of news cameras and shit. Ain't needed. Setting up events by those circling certain shit. Feel a way about it, man. And then to bring you in on top of it. It's about you. It's not about just like always. Anyway, so right now, as you can see, we're pretty much in the box. Petting zoo shit's picked up and he has space. And some of these assholes have been here locally anyway, but you know, I'm sure tonight they'll treat it like it's fucking Bristol and lights after shit goes away and all the tragic pimps will be like, oh, let's do the little touristy thing, go visit Benny Home, let's go visit this, and the cemetery is that, and let's go see if we can get a glimpse of this one and that one, and let's drop by Jody Sue's, let's get some hot cocoa and make a night of it. So, pretty much shut in for the day. After I'm done with this, yeah, it's fine. Anyway, whatever. And for the next few days until they pull out of town, and we can be sure of that, we won't even be technically celebrating littles because they'll still be here to follow us and do certain shit. So anything held to be sort of held at home, and then way after they're fucking gone, and we can be assured of that. And they're not stalking us or doing anything fucked up, getting near me and my child. Then we'll go out and celebrate, do the things. So, um, which is pretty shitty, but that's how it goes, because you know and I know they'll be in here for days, and so little looky loos will come in, and whatever else and whatnot. And just to err on the safe side, kid, you know. Esme, they do indeed treat Summer like a cult symbol, an object, thing, something to virtue signal on. Um, there is definitely some cult-like behavior around it. Some latching on by some very, especially in what I can see in real time, some very not so well people. I think you all seen a few of these creators too pop up locally. They ain't so right and are a little scary. Those that even stalk Lawson and his family and grandbabies, and when all of us killed, dismembers, justice brought to all of us, even if Lawson won't do anything. You know, that type of shit. So, there's some very unwell people around this world, and quite a few of those locally. Uh, the pygmies, the weirdos, I don't know, but they definitely have a culty, weird flavor about them. Very latched on in unhealthy ways. That's what brings quite a bit of the danger. And real time, not to the creators who hit the ground here, because these dumbass, not so okay folks buy their bullshit. They like them because they play into their QAnon Wayfair not so okay minds. And create vacuums and tunnels for the worst of their not so okay shit. It's like a breeding ground, but you know, these people are local or very close to being a lot of times that do come to these events, and some of them ain't so right. And they don't present necessarily a danger to the tragedy pimps and shit. They love them, but this enhances emotional states. Always worries us when one of these events is happening, because that means they're usually in larger numbers. Um, and doing the whole let's get hot cocoa and go by places, and uh, it's a little worrisome what they can get up to, and the danger they present to everybody else inside of Summer's community. Because of the garbage they've been fed by these same creators, like, hey, at these events with, you know. Yeah, God, is there a critter in the chat? Do I have to open up non-devices and babysit? Maybe. I can see, uh, the hubby in here. I'm afraid something's happening or somebody's messing with him. I don't know. Y'all let me know if there's a critter that comes in I can't see. I'm not opening non-devices babysit. Okay. Alright. Y'all just mess. Um, but yeah, I just, whatever, let Olivia and Bullhorn go dig through floorboards and abandon whatever. I hope they have permission. Look, I'm sure they paid or did to make it look like they're out doing something. I don't know. And others tonight were sort of making fun of them because they know where that building is that they're going through, and it's like 4 feet off the roadway type shit. Yeah. Yeah, I bet law enforcement's entirely anyway. I bet people haven't looked. I bet whatever local might have been giving cash for those two dummies to go out of whatever, man. They're gonna solve it. They're on it. They're on it for another series special or Paramount Plus. Horse shittery. So, and that, my dears, is why it's so important to do what I'm doing here. And trying to start getting done to these tragedy pimps and them being held to account. And this is why this matters so greatly. So, lays the groundwork. Anyway, I thought we'd do something tonight instead of about just calling out the tragedy pimps, hitting the ground, rooftop flyers. I don't know. I'm wondering if, like, I should leave a little box gift set of, like, seasoning salt or something out here on the corner for rooftop flyboy. That way you can pick it up and sprinkle it on whatever bag of potatoes he's going to run up and down the trails with. But he can change it up a bit. Because that's what he promised. He wasn't going to come back with all the same shit. And so, seasoning salt for that bag of taters, my dude. Dear Tragedy Pimp Santa, you promised to change up all the toys for the boys and girls this time. Have some seasonings. Oh my god, Fred said what? The half day dedicated. You screamed where? You did a huh? I just can't. Now, if that motherfucker actually runs up the trail, that'll be different. Y'all ever seen anybody actually go up the trail? Or you just heard people talk about going down it? Because I'm curious. I want to know what it looks like when I'm running up it. That'd be new. Either way, people, I'm sure the last 2 days thought the distraction and all that, and that way we can call it the tragedy gun sitting the ground was working wonderfully for them. It's just I didn't really give a flying fuck. For starters, when C&D invite them in and to be on their own shit, hey, that's them. That's their company. I ain't got no dogs in that race. I don't give a shit. I give a shit when they start fucking with other neighbors, community members outside of there, or using that in order to do fuck shit or to target on children, do whatever. That's when I start giving a fuck shit. Otherwise, I don't give a shit. They can visit C&Ds all day long. It's their company. It's their requests. I'm not gonna hate at that. Um, I don't find the shit tonight cute though. I do, Mud Pie. I want one of them to run up the dog trail. Everybody's talked about, oh, it's possible somebody can walk down a hill. Oh my god, it must be true. Bitch, you can go down anywhere. Get this, no shit, you can walk anywhere down anything. Holy fuck. It's like chasing, man. I went down at Crux and those sucks. It's possible. Well, fuck, do you have a problem any other day than we walking around? Are your legs burning, your feet not work? Bitch, I mean, most of us walk around bare. Look, try that shit. You can't walk? The fuck you mean? It's possible. Of course it's fucking possible to walk down a hill or run down one. You fucking idiots. Fucking idiots. Anyway, I've yet to see anybody walk up really other than Benny at on Candace's jeans or whatever it was, but and Cam and them pulling their pants up. Not well, yeah. Honestly, okay, they couldn't even really walk down these places correctly. They're not used to hills. Yeah, nothing. They're used to pavement. They're like those useless ass trucks, right? You put wheels on them, you shine them up a bit, you jack them up so far they're worthless. They're only meant to be parking lot princesses. They just kind of come in and sit and look fancy. Right? They got lights. They're pretty, but they're worthless. Well, and then you got some ugly trucks, too. But anyway, parking lot princesses. They're used to the pavement. And they can't go off-road. It's kind of how it is. Either way, so we've seen them walk down, threaten them, do the things, the provocateur shit, right? Benny's here to guard 110, and here's Molly Go, and Bullhorn, and Lockdown was supposed to be them, got kicked all up out of the group suddenly to turn anti-tragedy, oh god, and whatever. We've been here, man. We've been here. Anyway, but what I've never seen is any of them just full sprint, pull any like Rambo shenanigans up a hill, up a driveway. You know what I mean? I've never seen any of like what I need. And here's what I think can happen, okay? I need lockdown. Here's what I need. I need lockdown because Noel is quite a bit tinier. And I can request this because these dumbasses are so abreast of Summer's case. That they thought I still lived there and they were going to yell and scream, which is, by the way, lockdown rails against the type thing. He don't want people yelling at people, being provocateurs, like knowing him outside of residences. He's totally against it. But him and Noel were going to come here and scream and yell, not just to recreate shit that they have no hope of doing, but also, they were going to try to pull me out and see if they could get some sort of shit started. Sounds a whole hell of a lot like, well, Bullhorn and Olivia and her bios. But it's fine because it's me, I guess. I'm not sure, but that was the promise. Because they're selves thought, yeah, it's fine. But anyway, so I've noticed Noel's quite a bit tinier than Lockdown. Okay? So what I need Lockdown to do. Now hear me out here. This will be totally new. This is what he can bring back. I need him to have Noel go into the basement. Okay? I need him to sneak up, even though Claire's gonna know what's happening, so it wouldn't count really, but I need him to go in and pull full on burglary, I don't know, whatever it is. And then I'm gonna need him to snatch her up. I'm gonna need her to struggle, do whatever, him to keep her quiet, dig for car keys, like, I don't know, one of these dumbasses said was being in it. Might have been Dawn at one point. It's like, oh, they'd be struggling with car keys and shit. Like, I don't know, but anyway, leave that out, put it in, I don't care. And I'm going to need them to then shut the door politely behind them. Because remember, the door was shut, according to Candace. So, it's a very polite kidnapper or abduction taking place. And then I'm going to need them. Which, I mean, the foliage ain't right now, right? And it's definitely a little more green than it was, say, almost 3 years ago, but it's February versus June, so they have a little less to contend with, more visibility lines. So keep that in mind. They can't really recreate this at all, honestly. But just for a second, okay, I need him to snatch fucking Noel from the basement. I need her to full on fight against this. I need him to keep her quiet. I need him to run down the dog trails or the driveways. Okay. And see if he can do that. Running down a hill or a driveway. And then, I know none of the pack of dogs exist because of them anymore. But neighbors' dogs, these others doing this here, which I'm sure they're probably keeping up right now. So the ASPCA or TWRA or 63SP FBI unit can't be called or emailed or anything by tragedy pimps. Cause save the doggies! Okay. But, and then I need not one dog to bark or do anything, and I need them to park there during the same hours on a weekday and everything, and in that car, and then I need them to throw an oil in there and keep her. I just need that to happen. See if Lockdown or Noel can do it without breaking branches, leaving scratches, pieces of clothing, blood flowing, evidence behind a clear and precise trail. I mean, anything. I need him to do that. Run down it. Hell, try that down the driveway too, because gravel meets pavement, right? Also, try that from really anywhere at the top of that hill, not just from the basement. Try it from the top of the hill. Anyway, do it. But definitely do it through the wooded areas. See if you break branches, get scratched, cut. See if you can make it down here without rolling, falling to where then branches and there's a clear path of evidence of your being there and all that. See if see if you can manage it. See if you can manage it. And just asking. That'd be new. Do not forget to politely shut the door behind you. Anyway, social worms, what happened? Okay. It would be kind of more amusing if it was on a rooftop. You remember that movie that came out a few years ago, Michael Keaton, Birdman? Can somebody go to like Intimate Treasures wearing their one of the ones or the costume all year round Halloween places, which I don't even know if they're open here actually year round, but they sit there. But anyway, like I know Intimate Treasures shops, they have the feathered wings and that. Could somebody just gave him a set of wings, put him back on the roof, take a picture? That'd be great. I just need to be amused by the tragedy bits for once. Can a bitch not get a laugh? Um, anyway, you got Bouncer down and Bouncy up and touches the water bottles and a few others are rotating right now. Uh, I don't know. It is what it is. Uh, but yeah, I thought we would. Speaking of, I don't know. I don't think everyone needs Red Bulls. He doesn't have the Florida coconut sweats. I don't think he needs Red Bulls. I'm worried about his heart health enough as is, quite frankly. It's like today, man, I'll tell you what, the shit they've done, dude, and they know this. They know that obviously have conditions and shit. And every time they know this causes, I mean, look, let's be real. These motherfuckers know they've already given me a heart attack, my mom one. They've forever altered my heart in a way that's caused it permanent damage. That means that at some point it will indeed play a role in my death. Most likely. Well, it's pretty well certainty. But either way, definitely made it harder for certain methods of care to be given to me for my other conditions. So they've had a drastic impact on my health. But my heart stays rocking like a motherfucker because of the shit they've been doing to cause me emotional and mental distress, all that past, no, I don't know, a few weeks, especially with her abuser and such, so. And the distraction cycle they've been on and the garbage crap they're doing or everything. I mean, And the second monsters will wear that too. Uh, so anyway, it's just like whatever. But my heart's fucking rocking today. Pretty concerned about it, and but I can feel it just, it's hammering, bro. And it hurts like some bitch. And it's real concerning. And I'm like, hey, today, which I know these cycles. It's like, my body tries to fight how bad shit is. It's like, when you're, like, you get the flu or something, and for like a day or two before, you're like, holy shit, there's like an extra pep in my step suddenly. And then the next day, you're barfing. And you're like, oh my god, I feel like that. That's what happens with these extreme cycles and stress and distress and shit they intentionally put on us, man, or whatever. So I expect the next day or two to be flat ass on my face, an ass, and it to be an extreme thing. And that too, and it's like it's known to the abuser, it's known to this place how that works. And that's the drastic role they have on my health. And that we'll probably have a next day or two. Near around Little's birthday, that type of shit. It'll keep me on my ass. And then it also, I guess probably to some, will keep me away from courts or doing whatever. It ain't gonna work. I'll drag my dead ass body to finish what is going on. So, uh, but it's intentional and they know it. You don't go around unaware that you're causing someone with these conditions extreme stress on purpose. You're playing a role in um their health by purposeful stress, targeting of them, harassment of them. Especially when you know you've already been responsible for giving a heart attack. You get what I'm saying? They know that people with conditions or cancers, it's bad, and they do it anyway. And I can prove this by blood work and shit. It's just like in real time with Monster, right? I could literally watch me get beat, hurt, extreme shit that day, whatever, and my, cell counts and shit change and the astronomical impact on it from day to day. And I can do the same with these tragedy pimps, and there's medical evidence of what they've done and how extreme events caused extreme rises in, within hours of them setting in, and I don't know, man. I guess there's just more shit recorded in it. So anyway, they're fully aware. Just like they're fully aware when they make the $75 jigsaw puzzles. Right? Indeed. So there's all that. But either way, nah, I'll just continue this week after finally fall smack dab on my face, to drag my half-dead self around and complete mission. Right? So they can kiss my butt. Um, And it's like, I think half of what they did recently was that false bullshit calls in and hopping it. You know, they do that every cycle too. Seen it a few days ago. It's like, well, you know, they're hitting the ground, whatever, and here goes this hot and Jody Sue survey, but they turned it this time to be the whole Jody Sue putting hits on it. It's A, to do the discredit shit, try to get in front of, but also this heightened sense of danger. But every time they hit down, what is it? Jody Sue's a threat. Bitch, I'm here in a box. Everybody knows it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, fucking hell. You idiots. But every time it's Jody Sue's threatening. Jody Sue's whatever. Every fucking time they hit the ground and do that to you. So not only is what Lip Lock and Rift have been doing, part of the narrative shit and to make things look certain ways and to fuck with me and police and whatever, and everything before, you know, or to keep me from, they think, all these things to do with court stuff. But, also to create that heightened sense of danger they so love falsely putting on me every time they hit the ground. Same shit, different day, ain't it? They gotta have this good versus evil and the bad guy and all these things and this, oh my god, there's danger, we need the money, we need the rainbows. It's stupid as fuck. Anyway, I think this piece, one of them anyway. Yeah, especially one that, and I'll agree with you there, an adult doing all that. Even those who know the hills and ways to walk them and run them and do this there, even those with anyone struggling, or they would most likely skid, especially in that depth of, you know, detritus, you know, just the amount of pile of loose dirt, the erosion, the leaves on top, you know, because you're not looking at like a well manicured lawn, you're looking at wooded area where the depth that is usually, you know, a few inches, fairly loose, especially going to, you know. But I mean, I guess maybe that's why it always has to be a trail or maybe somewhere there. I mean, like, shit, there's trails all over all the hills anyway that animals use, groundhogs, deer, uh, slides for things, you know, and in that way they've sort of floofed out all the, you know, loose dirt and stuff like that. But I don't know, whatever, right? But the earliest vids coming out there did not show that to be the case. Wasn't an absolute hard packed, like, even for dog trail runs, really, wasn't hard packed, sort of like slides look, or when dogs run something repeatedly, it just wasn't hard packed like that. At least in my perspective. So, I don't know. Whatever, man. But that depends, because, well, they've all taken different little dog trails, haven't they? All 4,000 of them that have done that. It's just like, whatever. I don't care. Pick one and go with it, man. So, whatever. But if you're doing that, and and you're like, at least, I don't think you'd be casually walking, you know? You'd have some speed probably by or something. I mean, you're not gonna be able to watch each step either. If somebody's struggling, especially, and you're gonna step outside of any itty bitty tiny path that's a slide for animals or cleared by dogs or it's just whatever, man. I mean, anything's possible though. All possibilities are indeed on the table. Why is it always gonna be the inside though? You know what I mean? It's never made sense to me. Whatever they say must be true. Anyway, so speaking of all that, I thought we
I'm Marnie Hughes.
Where'd you go?
When Doug and Andre came to TurboTax.
Of course.
We navigated a turbulent housing market by buying a...
And this is missing on News Nation. Thank you.
Alright, anyway, yeah, this is the 2-year mark, 7 months ago. But anyway, yeah.
Thank you for being with us each and every week here at News Nation. We focus on
and I meant to get to this a while back, but the distraction cycle and all the abusers are amok, and God, nobody wants to just be calling out the tragedy pimps hitting the ground or another marker they've all playing for them instead of really summer and all, but anyway, all the crap. But the other day I was like, I woke up, I don't know. It is a little bit. The days sort of blur sometimes. Somewhere between a couple weeks ago to whatever. Anyway, I think I mentioned on here when I finally watched this piece, but then I got sidetracked. Happens right now. But I finally watched all of it. Cause I only caught the bit with Ainsley finally giving what amounts to the closest y'all ever get to a suspect list or have so far. Well, this placed the 2-year mark short. Now, nothing new had come out. And then they buried the shit out of this piece. I didn't. Once I figured out it had been said and done, I was like, holy shit. And I just played somewhere. I took that bit and then put it up over here. Is the vid on this channel. Cause the hell with them burying it, right? No, I don't think so. Oh, they all really went around a 2-year mark going, there's nothing new, no updates. Whatever. Anyway, so I thought good. Well, I was like, well, I wonder what the full thing was about. And I went, and I was actually, I think, trying to look up just that piece. Thought it was that sort of short, but then I was like, hey, and I figured out it wasn't. It was like half-hour long piece. So I watched a bit of it, and I was like, okay. So, I think it's interesting.
Missing persons case from across the country, taking you behind the scenes, behind the headlines, because every missing person matters, no matter their background or their past, their race or their circumstances. They are missed by their family, their friends, their community, and sometimes by complete strangers. It is our mission to bring these cases to light with the hopes of finding answers and also offering closure. Maybe you can help us solve some of these mysteries too by listening and being engaged in the stories. This is Missing, and today our missing case is.
And I in no way appreciate this place calling Summer a mystery. That kind of, I don't know about it. It's a little like, I don't know. It feels some way about that.
One we have covered before. It's been 2 years since a little girl from Tennessee vanished from her rural home. Her name is Summer Wells, and her case has captivated people across the country. We have a brand new age progression photo to share with you from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in this case, and this shows what Summer would likely look like today. She was 5 when she disappeared. She would be 7 years old now. All of the attention in this case has led to no tips, no leads for investigators, but it has led to harassment towards her parents, and they have been at the center of the investigation.
Now, like, I don't understand that. How can anybody in the world say it's led to no tips and no leads? What the fuck do you mean? It doesn't make sense to me because there were thousands, there's still thousands called in, but, you know, how the hell they know if there were any leads? Huh? But whatever. Carrying on.
Law enforcement remain tight-lipped about what they know and what they have as evidence, but Summer's father did sit down with News Nation recently. He maintains his innocence and he wants to keep his daughter's story in the headlines. This is Summer Wells. The 5-year-old lived at this house in Rogersville, Tennessee, a tight-knit community of less than 5,000 people. On June 15th, 2021, her parents say Summer was helping plant flowers with her mom and grandmother.
And she wanted to go into the house. My wife watched her go into the door, and she went into the house, and the boys were on the internet, of course. And she wanted to go downstairs and play with her boys.
I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight.
2 years after her parents, Don and Candace Wells, gave those accounts, that's still all we know about the last time Summer was seen. Almost immediately, Summer's parents became the center of a police investigation.
Summer's parents, Candace and Don, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
Could she have gotten herself into a situation where she...
That's weird, isn't it? Lawson, November 21. We haven't ruled anything out. Everything. Boy, they hit home on the other little clips they want the other narratives.
It wasn't her fault, but...
No.
You know what I mean?
No, she's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, you know.
I just, fuck it. She's not going to allow any situation like that. What situation? What? Fuck. There'll forever be questions until Ellie and Feds sort of answer. Whatever, bro.
No, it happened.
Don Wells pleaded guilty to driving under the influence last year. Candace also filed an order of protection against him, but asked for it to be dismissed.
Which was also a semi 75% tragedy pimp set up for him to get done that way anyway. Remember MJ, all them and half the group pretending to not be working with the others, and then the Doug shit and all that. The pushing in, the encouragement to go out, and then the tragedy pimp said they all played a role, even though that one chose to drive. But at the time they're all screaming, if you arrest one of them and blah 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 blah, then one of them will talk and tell on the other, you know. So,
He now faces criminal charges in 3 states, including a domestic assault arrest in 2020. 2 years later, investigators have not charged either Don or him.
and they said And I don't understand why. But it's 2-year mark. 7 months ago, he said he was facing charges in 3 different states.
His wife in connection to Summer's disappearance.
Everybody makes mistakes, and we all have to learn and go on. We're doing better. It's still very rough for my wife.
Don Wells sat down with News Nation to talk about where the case stands today. His wife hasn't sat down for an interview since this appearance on Dr. Phil in 2021. She walked out of an interview in Texas.
No, I'm being interrogated again, and I don't want to do this anymore. Yes, I am.
We'll stop. I want you to feel comfortable.
Since Summer's disappearance, Don says their life has been consumed by harassment from people online who believe they're responsible for whatever happened to Summer.
So you know it, you're getting a mob going. My wife could go to the store and somebody would scream at her, baby killer.
And there's MGL and them provocateurs sitting the ground again. I just don't get how you can get in front of real media and be like, these big bad YouTubers, man. They're doing this, that, and the other, but then you're actually behind the scenes playing with them and setting all this shit up. It just all reeks for me. It always has. The game playing around with, so it ain't normal. You invite them in, you tell them you're gonna do whatever, and then every time they do make shit look a certain way. For those who are willing to play, I can't. For me, it's just a no, bro. I don't think so. Whatever sounds good in sales, I guess. But creates the chaos in the content. You invite the devils in, you play with, and then you go to the real media and say that they're doing all their own. No, I'm good. I'm good with that bullshit. But these same creators, they're the ones you play with, and they push out the narratives, push out the garbage. They get everything wrong. Even those those most centered on everything, those holding leashes people, they don't know shit about shit. They're misled, they're lying to their youth or whatever. They didn't even wear basics or simple shit. And if they're your buddies, you think you'd want to wear all it so they help missing child or you whatever get shit right so that then shit ain't wrong and fed out to millions of people then to believe shit wrongly or falsely. That does create that idea, but no, it doesn't seem to be really a concern, which is also a little has a flavor to it to me, and I don't like it. I don't like a damn bit of it. But then those responsible for feeding that shit on everybody, slinging mud, Joel, and bullshit at everybody else, and getting mobs built up against them in ways that just also has a flavor. "75% trolls." Yeah. Okay, bro.
He sent us videos from one of his job sites where some people were demanding to speak with him about the case. Don says it's gotten so bad he had to leave the state. Now the two live in a motel in Arkansas, where Don was able to find a new job. As for Summer's case, Don says they have private investigators working with police. The Hawkins County Sheriff's Office is still working alongside the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Both agencies declined to give us an interview. Don says he hasn't learned anything new from police, but has always said he believes Summer was abducted. In the past, the sheriff said there's no evidence that happened.
Nothing pointing to abduction, nothing pointing to foul play, other than her walking outside the house and not being found.
There was also a key tip from a neighbor in 20.
Nothing leading to abduction, nothing leading to foul play, but then you have in different news clips there that all possibilities are on the table. Pruitt's saying right now there's no evidence of abduction or this and there, but that all possibilities are on the table, and if they still are looking into the abduction and whatever, depends on what news clip in these places, including the other news agencies, want to play at the time, but sometimes tools are tools, so
2021, a woman and her teen children told police they heard a scream about an hour before Summer went missing.
I wish every day that when I heard that scream I hadn't tried. Now that, it's that bit right there. Did you catch it? Anybody? Yeah. I need to play it again. You didn't catch it? We'll play it again. For starters, how many of you know what time we estimate the scream to have been, anybody?
Hasn't learned anything new from police, but has always said he believes Summer was abducted. In the past, the sheriff said there's no evidence that happened.
Nothing pointing to abduction, nothing pointing to foul play, other than her walking outside the house and not being found.
There was also a key tip from a neighbor in 2021. A woman and her teen children told police they heard a scream about an hour before Summer went missing.
I wish every day that when I heard that scream. Now, I've never told any news agency or anybody else hey, it was an hour before. So I've never said that. But it looks like they have a time from somewhere. And that time didn't come from me. Now, I'm not talking about the timing of the scream, etc., the kids and I. I'm not talking about that. Because obviously media has it, law enforcement has that. Essentially what you have there is them saying Summer vanished. An hour later, which would put it around 5:30. Which is a weird number Dawn's been stuck on. Weird time. Dawn's been saying 5:30 oopsies like from the beginning, really. Even as I recall, in the road. I make sure I always say he's sitting there jamming him around those key times too. He can remember that all the day, but talking, shooting shit, though he was so busy he was gonna stay over. There was no reason to go home early. Somehow at noon, that's whatever, all things. So if that's the case, that means somebody here has some sort of time at 5:30. 5:30, 5:42, but then nothing lights off till after 6, according to at least dispatch calls. Now, it does not mean which one you think, and the only reason those are available is because people come off scanners. So you think if there been any prior calls, those would exist, they would have existed, they've been captured. I don't know. Maybe there are calls we don't know about from 110 that day. But in that time, see, then that makes even less sense. You're looking at 5:30, 5:42. Then when the fuck are the first calls not until 6:30? And you damn sure hadn't searched all the property and done all the things. Even at that point. Who gave them the time? Not a screen, but an hour. Miss Kirby, I don't give a shit. Ain't my place. Somebody's on the roof. Nobody catch that. They gotta get a vantage point somehow. I don't give a flying fuck. Ain't my place. Let them do what they want. It's up to Monster and those people to do something about. Because that, indeed, filming other neighbors' properties, just like Dolly did when he was in and aired this footage, it's illegal. It's no. So if Lockdown did that, and that family takes issue with it, they can sue the absolute shit out of Lockdown, just like the other neighbors could down there. If they really wanted to, for, well, with Dolly anyway, and the shenanigans he got up to and filmed their property and put it all over public. It's illegal to do that. Okay. Can't be doing that shit. Just like can't be droning on other places, because in Hawkins, airspace and all that, blah. I don't give a shit, Miss Kirby. Ain't my property. But thanks for advertising. Yeah, appreciate it. Why that would even be important for me to mention isn't, other than to advertise for Lockdown. In a moment, he thinks he's got something new. I don't give a shit. Thanks for all this. And I'm sure you're well aware I don't live there anymore, so there's really no need to say that. Like you're just now where I don't live there. Thanks for coming and making me work. Look up what would ever do. Anyway, so here's the thing. I hadn't tried to dismiss it.
But the sheriff said after multiple interviews that tip hasn't learned anything new from police, but has always said he believes Summer was abducted. In the past, the sheriff said there's no evidence that happened.
Nothing pointing to abduction, nothing pointing to foul play, other than her walking outside the house and not being found.
There was also a key tip from a neighbor in 20.
You notice he says, nothing pointed to abduction or foul play other than her walking outside the house. So, not kidnapped from the basement. She walked outside the house herself. It's like the first night, I guess, because I wasn't aware of it till eons later. But I guess the first night he got on camera, standing there in real time. The night she vanished and said the boys had said that, last time I seen her was walking outside the house. Chip, Miss Kirby, they say it every day. What's any different about today? Ain't my damn out. What they say, monsters, stalls, anybody else's. But they leave my name out of their fucking mouth. But for some reason this one, it's whatever. Don't care. Anyway, thing is, that right there, you know. But I mean, of course, she had boys that told me something entirely different. And all the other things that they, all different stories, aren't they? Like level ups, some shit, some like ever changing. Which is true, which is not. You know? Either way.
21, a woman and her teen children told police they heard a scream about an hour before Summer went missing.
I wish every day that when I heard that scream, I hadn't tried to dismiss it.
But the sheriff said after multiple interviews, that tip led nowhere. One clue they're still looking for is a picture.
And see, they always pick that. He said unfounded. He said several things about that scream, including it didn't lead anywhere. Like the tip didn't lead anywhere. Where the fuck's it supposed to lead? What's the evidence left behind, though? I don't know. Hopefully they know. Love an explanation. But it's like, you know, the abduction thing. It's like, well, there's no evidence for it right now, but all things are still on the table, right? But this place loves that. No, it's not. And blah, 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 and everything else, right? But, they've said a great deal many things. But this place only runs the clips they pick and choose at the time. Whatever narrative, right?
Pickup truck seen in the area around the time Summer vanished. It's described as a red or maroon. Agencies declined to give us an interview. Don says he hasn't learned anything new from police, but has always said he believes Summer was abducted. In the past, the sheriff said there's no evidence that happened.
Nothing pointing to abduction, nothing pointing to foul play, other than her walking outside the house and not being found.
There was also a key tip from a neighbor in 2021. A woman and her teen children told police they heard a scream about an hour before Summer went missing.
I wish every day that when I heard that scream. And then why do they call it a key tip? But then they're like, yeah. But then it led nowhere. You know what I mean? News goes a key tip. That's the same news that at first it said there's been no tips or whatever called it. Any of this shit. I don't know. They just write shit and vomit it out half the time. But now, if it leads nowhere, why the fuck's the news calling it keyed it? But and you know the thing about it is, and I always tell my ass, it could be explained, and I hope one day it is, and I hope it was not summer screaming. Every day I work puzzling fires. Even I'm willing to go. This could be explainable. This could be this somehow, some way. One day we'll have answers. You know, all three of us could be wrong somehow. Fine, because I'm smart enough to know everything cannot be a thing, and some things are not going to apply that even we think are things. You know what I mean? So I take in and out everything that I do every day, and I work it from a million different ways. It's only this place that's stuck, man. Hammering down on shit. And then they also forget kids and I seen things that day, too. We heard a great deal, many things that day as well. And at the very least, we do play a piece in the timeline to set it into stone. Still markers for that timeline. That cannot be gotten past, gone around. Can't skip over that fact. None of that. It's there, and it's concrete. You'll hear this place going, you call yourself a witness, but what the fuck did you witness? Shit, I don't know. That's fucking law enforcement. I mean, like, does this place only take the scream, really? That's it? They want you to forget about all the other things we've seen and heard that day? Or that we are a concrete stopper for certain shit in a timeline and help make and form that? Of course they do. Because then it's okay what they're doing, right? Like, oh, this bitch just coming here on YouTube to make money and switch her screen. Bitch, no. And they want you to forget the creation of YouTube took place because what tragedy pimps are doing. The creation of YouTube was made to stop them, to hunt them, to do whatever, speak out about DV, and to speak when and where I could or felt like about summer. Of course, in the area, community perspectives, whatever. But it was built to hunt and to call out tragedy events. And I came with a fucking warning label, bro. Okay? But it sounds better if they can make it seem like I just come here and started a YouTube instantly, they summer vanished, and it was all monetized, and I was taking money from the beginning, blah, blah. It helps they skirt the fact that I had a Facebook, I could literally pull back up today, start and make it without any effort, without being on lives or anything every day. Thousands a month. Could have done that before I skipped over here instead. I shut Facebook down. Skipped over here to hunt these tragedies. But yeah. The narratives they drive about us and everybody else, and what they don't tell you, the stuff they leave out, how we're hunted, how we're acquired, the dark and insidious shit all the way in between, from the first moments, hours, etc. after summer vanished, onward, how all this shit's played out, what they've done, their roles in all of it, how they do each and every act of investigation, every community round, every witness, every anybody they can get hold of, tampering with courts, jury pool, all these other things, police, search crews, you name it, right? They leave all that out. So that they can try to discredit, screw it, tamper with every voice speaking out against them in every case. They've pretty well managed that, and the ones in the past, it's been helpful in a way, though heartbreaking, that there's been this much time in order for someone to gain voices that refuse to go silent against these tragedy events, try to bring eyes to them, how they work, so that others are maybe safe from going through this, and so that law enforcement and the courts, the world's starting to become aware, and they hate that. It's why we're targeted so broadside. But anyway, to make it seem, and that's the thing, we don't really know what counts or what doesn't, but we know we witnessed and seen, and heard other things that day. We're also witnesses to things that occurred immediately after Summer was known to be missing, and in the following days, weeks, months, and even still yet. Because things, guess what? Summer's case is still open. We still hear, witness certain things and help turn those in, or turn them in, or get eyes on those things that can maybe help Summer. You see, so in a way, some of our roles or some of our links and inside and outside this community are still playing roles as witnesses' eyes are ways to get other things to shake or drop, or somebody to hear the right thing, go aha, and they have the key. And so yeah, you're fucking with shit that's still open and active, and all of us around it, as we still acquire or find or figure it out or do all these things, and you are still fucking with us. And then, and by us, I mean the entire damn community and law enforcement and courts. See how it works? Yeah. Anyway, but it sounds better if they're just all like, hey, this bitch came in here immediately, day one, blah, blah, blah. Maybe YouTube started cash apping somewhere else, and they leave out all the fucking truth. All of it, and they spin a narrative. What did you fucking witness exactly? Bitch, please. Yeah. And they try to make this big deal out of a screen that even I don't. And I always have to fucking defend that, yeah, it could have happened, and it could have not happened, but, and it's because they're all dumbasses. You know? It's the only thing that keeps me reeling back against it. One day we'll all have an answer, and I don't mind right or wrong. I would love an explanation for it. So would the children, and I'd love for it to have not been Summer scream or cry out for, I would love for that to be. I would love an explanation, and I've asked for one for years from law enforcement, feds, and they can't give me. I don't know why that is, but they cannot give I and the children an explanation. Like, why in the fuck is Lawson saying it? Why is this said? Can you just please tell me that it doesn't count? That it's anything? Can you please just eliminate it for me? Can you tell me why? They can't do that. Sometimes I think that's because they can't even say one way or the other. I know others that's the same with them as well. But until there are firm and concrete answers to what happened on the 15th, till this sees court even some of us around it, we're just gonna have to live with it. And then, you're still, I think even me will face points where it's like, and I hope not, I hope everything is wrapped up so tightly and firmly that in the case that there's, even if people aren't truthful or honest, that courts knowing so much, that just an overwhelming amount of evidence that the story is told and enough facts there to not leave half of us wondering for the rest of our lives, but what if? Or having doubts or holding doubts. Or struggling with things like that. So maybe one day. Oh, displacement. Full of strangers, weirdos, and people who enjoy watching others' pain, devastation, and annihilation. Tragedy Pimp Games and Lord of the Flies shit. Enjoy watching these criminals, junkies, cons, bullshit artists playing these icons who are fucking nobodies that insert in these communities around these cases. Feed them all this horseshit drama that doesn't need to be on top of what are already some of the worst events other humans can experience. Who the fuck needs to sprinkle anything else on top of that in order to think, yes, this is entertainment? It's entertainment, dude. What the fuck's wrong with these people? Despite all them over here, you watch all the tens of thousands. We care about Summer, we want her family, we want justice. Yeah, okay. Some of us here, Summer, want the same, and we're looking for the same. And we're waiting on the same. Why y'all jerk offs are eating tragedy pimp nuts and Kool-Aid? Screaming at the rest of us, so we must not care. You know, y'all tune out, turn off, click a button. Do whatever. Y'all live your normal lives, let's say. You laugh, you play, you eat. Every time you watch a movie or you have a conversation or real thing, it doesn't bother you much, at least. I mean, like, y'all get to live. And you get to view this as entertainment, or come on and say you care and whatever. Man, y'all can watch movies without wanting to walk out of a theater because it triggers something, and it's like being smacked with a fucking wall of bricks. And bringing everything you always, every day, it's on your mind. Every day is like Groundhog's Day. Every day is being there in real time and real everything. But any small moments, I mean, movies, books, anything we try to do that's normal, you just smack fucking broadside all of a sudden, and everything crashes back in ways that's overwhelming at times. You laugh, and then later on the day you're like, oh shit, I was having a good time there for a while earlier. You feel guilt for that, because for 5 minutes you forgot not to work a fire or a puzzle, or you don't know where Summer is. You don't know if she's laughing or hurting or she's crying. You don't know if you don't know where she is. You know, wherever she is, she's not where she's supposed to be. You eat, you do whatever. You feel guilty because you don't know if Summer's eating. You don't know what's happening. You worry. You read a book, some sentence, a word. Does the same thing a movie or a TV show can. Some random conversation even out in town, somebody says something that's entirely unrelated to Summer or Case or anything else, and smacks, and it takes you out of real conversations and everything else and right back into extreme, just, but y'all can tune out. You can click buttons, you can use this entertainment, you go about your lives. We do not, and we cannot. And I don't think that's just because of PTSD or caring too much, because I don't think there's a thing as caring too much. Trying to find the answers, seeking the truth, wanting desperately every day for her to be found. Dreading the moments when news comes, but waiting desperately each day for it to come. Waiting for the day you get to see somebody fucking shackled. Hoping they've got the right person. Hoping that justice is swift. And it's tied up with such an overwhelming amount of evidence, there's no doubt anywhere, nor any of these jury pools is entertained in a way to where it could enable some sorry piece of shit to walk. And that once court proceedings will not begin, these tragedy pimps are shut out in such a solid way that they cannot fuck with any longer, get content other than sit outside and stop fucking people. You hope. You desperately hope, and you dread. You burn from daylight to dark. And then the world calls you goddamn sus or guilty of something because you give a flying fuck. Because somehow the random assholes who don't even know somehow have a right to how you feel about whatever, but we do not without it looking sus or guilty. Or, oh, it must be because they're carrying some sort of another love law. Make sure that I hope it's fucking haunts. Fuck you, bro. Fucking Olivia's and bullhorns and them out here touching a stick of wood or locked down on a fucking roof, bro. Wow. Yay. They really care, man. They don't even care enough to get shit right or basics. They don't even try to attempt to. Just here to drain that well dry, man. And exploit the shit out of Summer and her entire community. Have some sort of contest about who cares the most about little Summer Wells. Hashtag spelled incorrectly, and here's my cash app. Look, we brought you something new. The same dog trail. Oh my God, here's that little you know. I mean, what do you do about that? There are real people out here in this real world who care about summer and never met her. I get that. But for the majority here, it really is truly the sickest entertainment on earth. The worst Barnum and Bailey's bullshit I've ever seen. People enjoying absolute abject levels of the most inhumane shit I've ever come across. They enjoy the pain and suffering of other human beings. The extra that can be added on by them and these true crime junkie con ass criminals, pine icons who are nobodies who do indeed insert while calling everybody around the cases inserted. It's wild, the flip scripts, but it's what they want, it's what they salivate over. Anyway, it's not a competition for who cares, but so to say that none of us around this care enough or to compete with, say we don't give an actual damn. Or that somehow us looking or searching or trying to find or somehow sus why you uphold these dipshit creator con ass criminals down here enacting plays and shows right in front of your face on Summer's name, especially around these events like are taking place tonight. And they're all set up bullshit just to get eyes on tragedy events and sell off experimental shit like that. But say today are saying those sons of bitches care and they're doing what's right as they jump out of a ditch, touch a piece of wood, a water bottle, potato, whatever, you know. And if they're doing right by little summer whales and this little baby, whatever, you know. And they're really looking and they're really detecting as they fabricate fake children and their own fake stories, fake lives, fake identities, fake this, fake that. Can't keep up their own shit from 5 minutes one stream to 5 minutes later, or let alone two alike ever in almost 3 years. I just, while calling everybody else, swearing them down, even those who are most consistent of being liars, or that they're this, or that whatever clip shit they think, you know, it's gross to me. And that more people can't see it. These people don't give three shits about something. Now they can say it outright. And people like, yeah, you really care. I'm like, huh? But then to turn and eat those of us in this community, including law enforcement, who give a damn. Sus for that. Caring, for truly caring. And burning from daylight to dark. It's pretty wild. This place eats it. Super weird to me. Nobody says how so many people can be so damn gullible. Easily coached, fed, they're taken advantage of. But honestly, in the age of truth and darkness, QAnon Wayfair, tech, attention spans changing, demographics, tribalism being all the things play a role in it. I hadn't tried to dismiss it.
But the sheriff said after multiple interviews, that tip led nowhere. One clue they're still looking for is a pickup truck seen in the area around the time Summer vanished. It's described as a red or maroon Toyota truck with ladders on the back. Even if it's found, police aren't sure if the truck is connected to the...
Now notice, the one, quote, witness they ever actually gave y'all turned into a goddamn suspect. Now we all know how that sort of goes around any crimes like 101. For the most part, we all know, be like, hey, witness car, we get it, right? But that doesn't mean that's the thing in every case. Maybe the truck truly is just a witness. But y'all turned into a goddamn suspect. But honestly, that was happening in the road by certain characters involved in this shit show. Before public, really. And I'm still ever curious as to why that was done. And I tell you, it wasn't some of us reacting to the news of a red truck by marking out fucking pictures of red truck shit either. That's all I'm saying. Some people seem to have lost their shit about red trucks. Reacted weirdly to it. But that could be nothing. It too could be nothing in the grand scheme of things. I'll still never understand why the effort is taken to mark them all in on posters though. Like, why not just leave it if it no longer can be thought in? How was it going to harm anything? Why go to the effort of marking them out on each one? That's only after certain things were shook. I don't know, man, but it too could not be. As can all things. Which is why I tell y'all not to even really give a shit what any of us are saying. Because not all things from everybody are going to be a thing. And a great deal of it's not going to be kind of, hell, it might, everybody might be, yeah, all we can do is speak from our perspective. What we live near, what we witnessed, but that does not mean all things are going to be a thing from everybody. Duh. So stick with law enforcement. Investigative journalists.
case.
I do have hope. Whatever the outcome is, I have hope in God. One day, either sooner or later, I will be with my daughter again.
The sheriff did decline an interview in the case. He emailed us, however, saying he expects to update us on the case in the near future. In the meantime, Don and Candace have 3 boys. They have been taken by child services. That happened a month after Summer's disappearance. Don says they have not been allowed to talk or see their boys in half a year, but he does hope that he gets them back. I want to show you.
Which really only coincided with when he got out. A little slip with Ansley there in that interview in particular. Like, what changed? He's like, well, we. Right? That's strange, almost like the we of the first interview with him and Candace, where He's like, well, it's actually an your swap during the interview with him and Candace at first, eventually. Then he did the same sort of because he went, we, with the boys interview with Ansley later on. Take it as you will. May not be a thing, could just be whatever. But it changed once he got out for sure. Yeah, I don't know where it's a little distracted squirrel. Anyway.
Once again, the age progression photo of Summer Wells, what she would look like now, as I welcome in our News Nation reporter from that area of the country, Johnson City, Tennessee, Ansley Daniel. She's been on this case since the beginning. Ansley,
And in that they said no evidence of abduction or foul play, right? But yet they've said foul play. And definitely within the first few days, they were leaning towards that. According to the news agencies downstate especially, and they were saying these were gearing up as they announced that they were scaling back, that they had geared up towards foul play. And the others here, including rest all possibilities on the table. we're not completely eliminating the idea of abduction right now. It's not leading to, I mean, yeah, all these things, but it just depends on which clips and shit they want to show and tell and whatever narrative stuff. But it looks like they were gearing up and had the idea of foul play as they were scaling the searches back, at least publicly announced, saying they were scaling back. I'll stick with some variety of controlled foul play. Take that as well.
Thank you for being here. As we look at this age progression of what Summer would look like now 2 years later, what impression are you getting from law enforcement as to why they're releasing this now, the timing of this new photo?
Hi everyone, Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012.
So the last time I spoke to TBI was via email. They are not doing any updates this year. They held a press conference last year on the 1-year anniversary. However, they did tell us that Summer would not have been eligible for an age progression photo until she had been missing for 2 years. This is through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They have a team of forensic artists. I actually spoke with someone from that organization yesterday. And so apparently it takes 2 years for these children to even be eligible for these photos. And unfortunately, this seems to be the only update that we're going to be getting in this case on this 2-year anniversary.
Ansley, as I said to you a moment ago when we were on the air for News Nation Live, there is so much interest in this case. As soon as we said we would be revisiting it, and it is one of the first missing cases that we covered, the email.
And I love how in this comment section, like America True Crime, which suddenly had a turn around the Jose releasing of some obit thing a while back, but I think that's the same channel. I could be wrong, but I swear it's the same one. Anyway, quote the progressive. I think that's the progressive photo is speculation. Now, I may be no fan of that same photo, but look, all forensic artists and things who do these age progression photos and for missing children and women and victims and things. Get this, they're forensic artists, so no shit, and they go based on all kinds of other things in order to come to an image and to be like, okay, this may be what the person looks like now. Because no shit, get this, the real person's not present to really take a current fucking photo of. Yeah, no shit, that's how it kind of works. Thank God we have these true crime chicks. Calling out age progression. It's just speculation. It's not really speculation. It ain't some jackass sitting down to doodle some stick man. But, forensic artists, man, they work on, certain technique. I mean, real ones have training in it, years under them, but they have to do that based on different things that, trying to figure out what this person looked like, so they have, because guess what? Person is not there to take a current picture of, and if they were, they wouldn't be needing age progression photos now, would they? Thank God we got all these true crime channels over there. They're fucking on it. They're brilliant, bro. Fucking brilliant. Tell you what, They're gonna solve it. They're gonna fucking solve it. And then people going, why does she look so much older? Well, they have to wait so long before they can do these photos. And then you don't want the photo to be immediately, quote, out of date either, because it'll be, it has to be a longer time period before another's released if she's not found. So you want it to cover a time period if necessary to be done to where if she's not found by a certain point, it could progress up to that stage. That would be my guess. You don't want to be like, what does she look like today? But this photo is going to then be out of date already. I mean, so you want to give it a little bit of age. That would be nice. This one's over calling it speculation. I know real forensic artists are more than just speculation. But, yeah, man. Shit. Damn, bro. They're gonna solve it. This is the type of shit y'all go to, these channels. So. Listen to pump out bullshit every day. And to detect. And tell you how they're really on something, or they're sussing shit out, or whatever the fuck it is. And how everybody must be sus, guilty, QAnon, Wayfair, blah, blah. This is the fuck shit y'all go to. It's fucking brilliant, man. Brilliant. Whatever, dude. Anyway.
Started pouring in. People care about this case now, 2 years.
And there are people in check when that pic looks like a preteen, not a 7-year-old. You can't fix this. And then somebody else going, what does an abduction look like? I don't know. And I've always wondered that. I'm like, there's no evidence. Oh, what the fuck do you want? Ransom note? Never get, like, a staple to a door. I don't know what the fuck you want, dude. I really don't, but hopefully they just know something more than the rest of us. I don't know. But all possibilities are on the table, and believe it or not, they have indeed said that even abductions still on the table. While also going, well, we don't think she's been trafficked out there. Yeah, it's fine. Just throw it all in the fucking basket like confetti and glitter. I don't
Years later, just as much as they did when Summer first went missing. I have a lot of questions from viewers, and I'm going to try to get to some of them. Some may be difficult to answer, but you're closer to the case than most. I want to begin with a question from Betty in Florida, and she says, does law enforcement have any person of interest?
And here's the thing. It's like saying that C&D aren't responsible in the least. They don't know the person, wherever. They don't know any, you know what I mean? Even though they are what they are, they're not responsible. The person didn't know him, they didn't start any of the things, right? It just happened to be a series of events. You know, another thing is I don't ever remember people screaming at others with abducted children or otherwise. They turn their backs for 3 seconds, or 5, or 10 minutes, or 20. They feel secure even in the cul-de-sacs, leaving their kids outside to play basketball, fenced yards. Their kids walk out in what they think are fenced this, or out in the neighborhood they think safe. Their kids are delivering the fucking papers or just on their way to school. Whatever the circumstances, right? They go to the neighborhood playground or the pool that's inside of their HOAs that are supposed to be safe for these suburbanite families, whatever, right? They feel confident in their safety because nothing like that's ever occurred there, but it's more likely to in places like that. And you don't see people going, the parents are responsible, you're supposed to keep an eye on your kids, you're supposed to do that and the other, you know? See what I'm saying? And I get it, like, you know. But in ways you don't. And hell in remote areas, like I said, all these kids in generation of them are used to playing outside and walking with a bicycle and do whatever, you know, come and go, play in. There's never been anything like it's happened. Even more so than, like, your all's cul-de-sacs. So it's always struck me. It's odd. I kind of know why sort of people do it, I guess, because, you know, possibility for a great deal many things there. Why people weren't paying attention, if that's the case, or it ends up being the case, but, you know, I just have people are in here talk about cases that are very similar, but they treat their parents or witnesses, I mean, and talk about them as entirely different based on, I don't know, man.
Interest or suspects in the case, or have they throughout the investigation? Any evidence discovered? Answer, but you're closer to the case than most. I want to begin with a question from Betty in Florida, and she says, does law enforcement have any person of interest or suspects in the case, or have they throughout the investigation? Any evidence discovered that supports the theory that Summer had been abducted? Can you shed any light on that question from Betty?
So since the very beginning, law enforcement said that everyone is a suspect in this case, meaning her parents, people who were close to her at church, anybody in the family, such as her grandmother, maybe even implying to other members of the family and neighbors. So again, law enforcement has not ruled anyone out 2 years later. However, nobody has been charged. So I think that that's important to kind of say both of those things, that again, everybody is on the table when it comes to being a suspect. However, 2 years later, there are no charges. Now, when it comes to the abduction theory, law enforcement has not given us any information or evidence that supports that. However, they also have not given us any evidence that goes against that claim. I do know that back...
See, there's nothing to go either way on. Ansley says, I don't know. I'm not sure that law enforcement makes a habit of going around. Been like here, news media. Swear up one way or the other, necessarily. But, you know.
A few months after Summer was reported missing, her father did take some of us out on a dog trail near their house. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this area, but where they live is very rural. They live up on top of a hill, and it's kind of hard to get to their house. However, they did say that the police dogs, that their scent of Summer kind of stopped at the end of the dog trail there. Police haven't really made a big deal about that like Summer's parents have. So unfortunately,
And see, I was like, that's interesting wording. When I finally watched those few days, a week or two ago, whatever, and then never got around to doing whatever. Alright, let's say key tip, scream, led nowhere. Okay? Alright. And then...
Unfortunately, that really led to nowhere. Important to kind of say both of those things, that again, everybody is on the table when it comes to being a suspect. However, 2 years later, there are no charges. Now, when it comes to the abduction theory, law enforcement has not given us any information or evidence that supports that. However, they also have not given us any evidence that goes against that claim. I do know that back a few months after Summer was reported missing, her father did take some of us out on a dog trail near their house. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this area, but where they live is very rural. They live up on top of a hill, and it's kind of hard to get to their house. However, they did say that the police dogs, that their scent of Summer kind of stopped at the end of the dog trail there. Police
And I said they said. I take that to mean C&D and the little group there, but
haven't really made a big deal about that like Summer's parents have. So unfortunately, that really led to nowhere. But when it comes to that abduction claim, again, however, nobody has been charged. So I think
that's the thing. Angela didn't say, well, they passed lie detectors. They did this, they there. They've been cleared. It's never been said. Still, even after polygraphs. That's true. She actually puts them at the top of the list. But it's about the dog trail.
that's important to kind of say both of those things, that again, everybody is on the table when it comes to being a suspect. However, 2 years later, there are no charges. Now, when it comes to the abduction theory, law enforcement has not given us any information or evidence that supports that. However, they also have not given us any evidence that goes against that claim. I do know that back a few months after Summer was reported missing, her father did take some of us out on a dog trail near their house. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this area, but where they live is very rural. They live up on top of a hill, and it's kind of hard to get to their house. However, they did say that the police dogs, that their scent of Summer kind of stopped at the end of the dog trail there. Police haven't really made a big deal about that like Summer's parents have. So unfortunately, that really led to nowhere. But when it comes to that abduction claim,
Also led to nowhere. But then do you remember, like, Lawson said, gravel pavement. That's not a dog trail, bro. Anyway, carry on.
claim, again, law enforcement hasn't, gone for that, or they also haven't denied it really.
One other question that we get about possible people connected to this family is
And I found that movie. Did y'all hear it?
Stopped at the end of the dog trail there. Police haven't really made a big deal about that like Summer's parents have. So unfortunately, that really led to nowhere. But when it comes to that abduction claim, again, law enforcement hasn't, gone for that, or they also haven't denied it really.
one other question that we get about possible people.
They haven't gone for that. It's weird. Weird way to phrase that. I think. But it could be them. You can attribute meaning to words. Think, that's sus, this is sus, maybe this means something, and no, it means shit. But, I don't know, man. Say police haven't gone. Almost as if they're not biting at something fed to them, or attempted to be. And I gotta tell you, I feel certain ways. I think, for me, all possibilities are still on the table, much like the others have said, but I'll stick with controlled foul play, take that as you will. I do think there is a possibility of her being taken in some manner away from 110. By who? Obviously somebody did, in some manner. But you know, it took me a bit to figure out that, wait a minute, something's wrong. I thought I'd been the catalyst to change behavior. It turns out that was actually Salted Earth Prayer Garden over fucking with him and writing their little interviews and fairy tale fuckery and all this, and all these other things. But I was like, man, they're not mentioning the screen. Like, they're having to keep it in, so it's making their body language look up. But no, that wasn't it. It was prayer gardening with their fingering inside of and covering up for, as Salted and prayer, prayer garden said and whatnot, and writing the script and stories forms very early on. But it would be my guess, at least in presumption and whatnot. But insertion indeed, very quickly. But I thought, man, this sucks. But then it took me a bit to come to the realization that it was actually reversed, man. As I was walking down the driveway today, my thoughts weren't Summer's kidnapped. As I'm looking over a creek, crossing the drive, I'm looking down at the neighbor's property, just making sure she's, just to see casually she's doing, playing somewhere she can't hear him calling for anything, And then everything picks up and progresses, and very quickly and rapidly, and you hear and you see all these things, and realize it's such a crash. But as they pick up, the concern for increases, and you're like, oh fuck. Oh fuck. What we heard earlier, maybe she's hurt. She's been left behind. Oh my god. That means she's been out for hours. And if that's the case, and man, this is not good. This is not just a twisted ankle or something. She'd be calling. You would have heard her and all these, holy shit, And then things pick up and they progress. And then, I mean, your brain's still going, she's hurt out here. She's been left behind. She's been something, Everything but really an abduction. But something's really goddamn wrong. Could be catastrophically so. But you're thinking, holy shit, she's really injured or really something somewhere. Oh my god. And then, Candace and I meet face to face, and then she's all whatever, but not really looking back. What I was seeing then, it's not what I thought I was seeing then. And that became pretty apparent, pretty fucking apparent quickly in the following weeks, but especially around that Dr. Phil era. And the hoaxes and the bullshit and the lies and the garbage. Lying to mislead cops and tamper with, take time off of misleading teams of people that are supposed to be helping Summer. I cannot fathom why anybody truly looking for a child would do such a thing, but that's what it was. See more tears for Jenna's and the bullshit. Boo, big bad tragedy pimps. Playing patty cake with them at the same time, using them. And boo-hoo Dr. Phil money and boo-hoo whatever the fuck. Boo-hoo change your story, take it back about the shower. But why? Apparently by that point, unbeknownst to me, others had said the same, so why did my voice say? Such a damn what weight could be behind my voice to me. I don't know. It's so fucked up all of it, but So in some ways, the feds, cartoons, profile, all these things weren't wrong. Time passing, things being able to slide into place, but you realize first moments that you and Candace collide, and you're going, "Oh shit! I heard this scream. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I'm out here looking at him. I'm looking." And Dawn pops up on the damn phone and goes, "So you're telling me somebody took my baby girl?" And then that thought in me, no, bitch, that's not what I'm saying. It's not what I said in the least. I'm saying I heard a scream. I'm sorry. I'm thinking she's hurt. And holy shit, I'm sorry. Isn't everybody immediately go, fuck, why did I try to dismiss that? Whatever, you know. She's actually really hurt somewhere, and that was quite a while ago. And oh my god, I'm sorry. Isn't everybody immediately run out, rush off, and go look at her, notify her? I just didn't suspect, but then my dumb ass was trying to dismiss it as anything else, even though I knew it was so wrong. It wasn't any of the animals in the area, it wasn't this, wasn't that, it wasn't mechanical, it wasn't a goddamn car, it wasn't a screeching belt on something in an engine, it wasn't a lawnmower, it wasn't a fucking weed eater, it wasn't a damn coyote, an owl, a snake, well, you know, sorry. She's out here hurt somewhere and I didn't know, and Nick come here and track it down then. I'm sorry. But then you're confronted with some dude with the most monotone voice going, that who Candace had made shut up, and they got silent as soon as they seen and the entire interaction between them and Chase. Then you're looking for this whole other human being in a car and you can't figure it out until the phone, and then the voice pops up and goes, "You're telling me somebody took my baby girl," and your brain goes, "Oh, there's the whole other person I heard so loud and clear," and the conversation verbatim coming down that had more emotion and depth behind it than anything else that day or since had. And kicks the pebble in the pot. "So you're telling me somebody took my baby girl?" "No, bitch, that's not what I said." That's what you just said and put into the realm. And then as Candace pulls away, drives away, first thoughts are, that was strange. My brain goes, click, click. That motherfucker. Motherfucker has got her. He said somebody else couldn't be. It wasn't stranger danger. What the fuck was that weird ass shit in that weird ass tone? My brain went, huh, whatever. And I didn't hear her speaking to other neighbors. Same shit. Neighbor joins me. And we proceed to look. We are like, "Which way do you want to take?" I was like, "Well, I don't have shoes on, just have sandals. I'll go creek. You take the banks since you've got, you know." I can still remember his shoes standing in, what they look like. So that's what we agreed on. That's what we did. Stayed in constant communication as we're looking, eyesight, and by, as we're, you know, anything yet? No. Anything yet? No. Found anything yet? No. Yelling for her. Wondering why we weren't hearing other noises from other places that we should have been. All these things. But wondering why certain things were absent that should have been. knowing not what to do by the end of everything, but shake our heads at one another and know something is drastically. She's not there. No sign. She's not hurt right there. There's no signs of animal anything or activity. There's no footprints or the squishy bits from when the giant tires on the equipment had left. None of those are pressed down by her little feet passing. There's none of her little footprints on the creek banks. There's no adult footprints. There's no muddied waters. There's no stirred mud in any of the puddles left that are still. There's in the giant parts of the creek that are stagnant. That's not been moved, but you get in almost hip deep to those pieces and you feel around with your feet. You're terrified of what you might find, but stagnation implies that nothing's been there, but you've got to check just to make sure stagnation's not moved back over waters, that they've been separated. But you know she's fully capable of swimming, so that wouldn't make sense, but you have to check. You have to be sure. You know, terrified each. You traverse Middle Park until coming back. See if any of those impressions left by the giant tires are squished down like they should have been because they're moist enough to be pushed in by even her little feet. You check even the little pools of water left behind the storm that I did before. Near the places where Dawn, pulls in eventually, there's nothing to say that they've been stirred or been through recently, but then you also know that you don't know how long she's truly been missing, if those waters could have calmed, separated again, if they've been through them, but they're so shallow, they should have held prints or anything, slide marks, tracks, something. There's nothing to say. The car's been through to press down the giant bits left by those tires. The work equipment that had been moved the day before. There's 5 to 10 minutes. But that ain't right either. You're thinking, it's kid time, it's whatever, blah, blah. Something's wrong. Watch the rest of the neighborhood start trickling in. You're worried about it contaminating stuff, but you know that Summer's missing, she matters most. Everybody's just trying to help. But you and it first know immediately after you reached a certain point. She's not there, man. Where is she? You both know something is extraordinarily wrong. This place tries to make us look sus because we live in areas like this, and though our accents, our voice, our disabled ones especially, because we're all from Mahalo or places or all these things that were stupid or ignorant or whatever, man. We live in these places. We know how to search them. We know what to look for. I mean, we're raised to track and hunt and play and frolic and find our way back out and never get lost in these mountains. And to have the ability, you know, if we ever do find ourselves lost, even I could remember before, like, I saved my younger brother, right? Him still being in diapers, things. And myself, my other sibling, and my family and stuff. I mean, they taught us techniques, and then, you know, we taught our little brother and everything. It's like, okay, this is what you look for while water travels down. You look for these signs. We knew what plants to touch, what not to touch, what we could eat, what we could do. Moss growing in certain places, what all these things meant. How to identify wildlife around us, the smells even of certain snakes before we ever got up on them. You know, how to walk and climb hills and how to be safe out on our own, even when we're little. How if we come up on bears or coyotes or you know, I mean, this is the things we're taught here. These are the things. You know, you're looking at people who have to have these skill sets just to go out raccoon hunting or, you know, fox hunting, all these other things, or traverse, or to, yeah, we all play in the, all, you know, these are skill sets we have. And so, therefore, when one does become lost, you immediately know these steps taken, what to look for. But the world tries to make that look sus. It's not sus, man. It's just a collision of two worlds that you want to make these things we do naturally or look for, can look for, capable of, look weird. Because it's a good narrative. It's whatever, man. Oh, look at these dumbass fucking hillbillies. No way did they think this and the other. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, bullshit. We didn't. Bullshit. Dumb hillbillies, my ass. You motherfuckers from the beginning tell me, why didn't Judy C walk back up her hill and get tennis shoes on to get in the creek? Y'all serious? Yeah, waste time, neighbor, looking for this missing child. Oh my god, but there was needles and there's yeah, okay, well, if you really care about somebody or something, you don't worry about it. You also have enough common sense about medical shit to know that anything out in the open it can only usually last a couple minutes, a few hours, days, something like yeah. And it's a risk you take when you give a shit. You're not thinking, oh my god, I don't give a fuck what I'm getting stabbed in the foot with as long as you find a person, another human being. No, let me go get my Nikes on and step in the creek with them or it'll be harder to feel anything. It'll bite me down and it'll fuck up shit. Seriously, I don't want none of y'all look at me if I ever vanish. Yeah, these dumbasses fears. You sure wasn't a coyote? Sure wasn't a bobcat? Well, this thing sounds like this when it's heat. Boy, this one animal sure does sound like a screaming woman. No shit, I know these things. Jackass. Karen, who watched National Geographic once? What the fuck you doing? Bitch, I know. Fought one of those off a few days after summer vanished. because I was sitting out in the dark, hoping like hell to hear her voice in the middle of the night after everything come down. Helicopters, all this. Hoping to hear her little voice ring out from the hollows somewhere down out of the hills. Waiting for a predator to return, waiting for anything, any sign of anything, listening for animal activity. All possibilities, right? And then I accidentally fucked around and filmed myself face to face because I accidentally cornered one of these fuckers because I thought it was a person because the movements on predators in the woods very much resemble people in the woods fucking around. And I wasn't thinking typical, hey, it's an animal predator, it's a human, humans and predators have way better in the woods. And I just felt my gut and the hair in my arms. I was like, this is something, right? People. I was in the people predator hunt brain thing. So that's where my mom went to. And instead, it turns out I was sneaking up on a predator. And then I really pissed it off and it was screaming at me. And I was like, ah! And then the closest thing were like fucking lava rocks, I thought. So it and I had a screaming match about it, this bobcat and I. And it was holding its ground, so was I. And Elle just had to come out and help me be like, fuck you, Bob. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But yeah, it was a whole showdown. In the middle of the dark. While I sat out there, waiting, listening, hoping. So, of course, I know what they sound like. Up close and personal in the face. And often it's like, I could do walks through the woods, still do at night, but even there, you can feel it when predators are near. Something about it when you're in tune with your environment. There's something about the little caveman thing that goes, something's here with me and it's not just. And there's something that tells you to move the fuck away from whatever you're in. I've had many of those nights to where, it's like, move away from this spot you're in. There's something here bigger and better than your ass. Don't feel like fucking with it tonight. And you can hear it in ways that you hear silent. I mean, even sounds mean a great deal of things. Sometimes bad. I mean, when you're in tune, my dude. It's like a few days ago, I was in the dark walking. And I knew because of scent on the air and certain things that I was hearing before it was hearing me that it was a bear. Not far from me, and that all it was doing was getting grubs and shit, And the closer I got, I could tell it's what it was doing. And I became a little louder, so it'd be aware of my presence, so I didn't spook it. And I could tell when it noticed me, and I acknowledged in a way that, and I just kept walking, and I kept my head forward as it was very close on the left, and I just went on about my business. It went on about its business. We were all good. You know what I mean? Doesn't bother me. We're raised in this environment. We know this. You can smell the difference between foxes, dogs, feral ones from, if you pay attention to the sounds of insects and what gets quiet in certain places and what doesn't, what's lit up, and, all these things you can tell a great deal many. We know what we're doing out here. To the rest of the world, it seems weird. It ain't weird. We're in an environment that does not belong to us as human beings. We're in it, not the other way around. These animals, these woods, whatever. They didn't have, we're in them. Most of us were taught, right, it's that you are in everything else's environment. I'll deal with it around it. Taught to survive it, to withstand it, to be able to reverse it in a responsible manner, and to be able to go in and out of it, and be able to track what needs to be, see what needs to be to keep you safe, and the critters and everything else. Yes, touch of glass, you can indeed smell the difference between many different snakes. You sure can. And this here, and certain snakes, they do have territories as well. Like they'll stay within a certain zone they're born in, this there, blah blah. Certain animals, like little box turtles, things, you could not take them out of like a quarter-acre area, or they're forever and perpetually lost and kind of just fucked up. That's why when you find one in the road or something, do not take it 6 miles down the road and release it, or home in your backyard and think it's going to be okay. Please just move it very close to where you found it and off the roadway. Otherwise, you're going to fuck it up for life, and it's going to be tormenting. So please don't. Okay. But yeah, you can indeed. You can smell the difference between bears and all these other animals, but you have to know that. Now, as you can imagine, bigger cats, things obviously, they're a little harder to pick up on. Because guess what? They like house cats playing an awful lot. You know what I mean? It's hard to pick up on other than the feeling you get on your skin when you're in there. Because there is a very real difference in the way the little caveman picks them up in woods, if you're paying attention.
Connected.
But yeah, we're all sus. Damn as hell, you know. Meanwhile, you got these creators and weirdos around the world. She stepped in a creek. Okay, well, the other neighbor's searching with me. Stepped on a bike. And? Eh? Never broke. And that's the thing this place wants you to forget. They're witnesses to me just being a fucking witness. Mine and Candace's personally point of contact and conversation. But this place wants to mind fuck you and forgetting it. Or not knowing it. Or realizing it. Because it doesn't sound as good as Josie stepped in the creek and she's sus and la does it. Sounds better if they tell you I heard the scream alone. They only go Jody Sue heard. They only say that Jody Sue, it's the only thing about Jody Sue that was there. They look at the scream queen and the cash of summer wells, and they leave out the rest of the shit we see and heard that day. Sounds better if they leave out that they're witnesses to us just being witnesses and first points of contact. It sounds better if they tell you I searched alone, other than I searched with a neighbor who we were in eyesight and verbal contact the entire time. Doesn't it? Sounds so much more sus. They leave all the fucking truth out. That the other neighbor was willing to be the one in the creek. And I was like, nah, man, you're wearing like legit shoes. You can take the baking shoes, I'll take the fucking water. That's how that decision was really made. I mean, in my head, it's where I need to go first anyway, because it's where kids play. That's where I was headed to anyway, but like, and then his shoes appeared, and I'm like, well, dude, he's like, which way you want to take? I was like, you're wearing the real shoes, so you take the Banks so that you have more of a grip, and I got fucking sandals anyway. I'll take the creek like I was going to. So that's how the decision was made. Sounds better though if it's Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue. Trying to distract from Summer. God, why is the DD and everything's lost inside of Summer because of Jody Sue? No, it ain't. So this place is fed out. Because we're their content, and not only the rest of the community and witnesses and everything else to make us look certain ways, is their fucking content moneymaker. Well, they hashtag Summer's name. Everything around us sidelighting, they had to make content and torment us with whatever. You know, they could have always simply left my voice and my children's alone to speak about DV. Real situation, they never make it the mess they've made it. They didn't have to pump out 400 fucking videos a day making narratives about me, my children, the screams, hoax, this is that, and why are you always being mean to your admitted abuser, this poor fella? You know, they had to do any of that shit. They made it so. They're the ones that pumped out this fucking ocean of bullshit for their content. Content. Capital C-O-N. We didn't do that. I didn't do that. I spoke about exactly what I was speaking about before I ever spoke publicly about Summer. I was speaking about DV. I have for years, openly, inside this community and all my social media accounts. But those videos are public first. And they'll all tell you that, well, look, though, here's this video, Jody Sue, the first night speaking on Summer. Yeah, that was made public way later on. It was not public the first month. The only way you all even had any of those fucking videos you see floating around is because Kansas asked me to put a Squall on a Facebook account. Yeah. And then Squall turned around and stole that shit and then put it out here as I was part of the plan. Part of this, part of that. It was a blackmail effort used against us when we started fucking around with the fucking con bullshit around that scamathon. To shut me up, silence me, make me look certain ways, and as a threat. They were going to make my son look like if I did not acquiesce and shut the entire fuck up about the scamathon that was fucking Squall's idea. She was pissed off about Squall and the rest taking from her. Now, I find that highly suspect. And they want to discredit anybody on anything they do suspect to call them fuck shit. But that's how you all became aware of even any of my videos. So I was like, fuck it, I'll go back and open a few publicly so people can see. Those, I did put out the helicopter video, public eventually. And, the first night I'll open those up. But as for the rest, the private family ones, my cancer, and they'll make them all look like, look, she loved doing lives and being in their face, whenever on her Facebook. All the time. She's like, no, that only started really after my health declined. The cancer, the center, my love, I would rather message, text, I really hate to do, but write and things like that. I hated live. And recordings and things, but it was very easy for me to have the time out that I was allotted every week by Monster and somewhere out while I was sick and so tired and with the treatments there, all these things to be able to update my friends and family and things on how I was doing or to goof off with my friends and family. And not to have to text or message or call everybody while I had a little bit of time out and signal to do so with Monster's cell phone, which is the only one that had carrier service. Because I had no home phone and I had no cell phone service of my own. So, and in their Wi-Fi didn't work good enough to really carry calls and shit anyway, so it was texting, writing. I didn't often have enough energy for that every day. So when I was able to come out and allowed to come out, I started doing the little lives just to my family and friends. Just let them know what I was doing and goofing off and being my usual macabre, weird, humorous self. This realm ran with it. Everything was, she's sus. Whatever, but, none of those were public. They were stolen and used as blackmail. Right? And now they're clipped, parted, done whatever with to make us look all kinds of ways. I just don't give a shit. But that's how. But they now tell you that all those are public by me. No, they weren't. They were stolen on purpose after a person was put on my Facebook to do so, and then used as blackmail. To try to force everything I knew for me about Summer and her case, and to silence us. And we were directly told that if I did not access it, oh, look, they're going to make your son look like XYZ if you don't run right now to Tiffany Marie Benike's and tell them everything you know right now, Jody, right now, or Squall's not going to stop. See how it works. What you see now is narratives created from stolen content used initially against us as blackmail. Around this scamathon that raised hundreds of thousands just out front, but only turned over 30-some thousand to Summer's reward. That's just the first one, and that's not what all was raised or hidden in crypto or moved across the world. And I'm sure all those good people did not intend for all that money to go to those creators. They meant for it to go to Summer and her reward. Don't believe me? Go to Hawkins County News over on YouTube. They released that piece here on the night when Cher and them were at it again. Earlier this year, trying to merch shed, another liftoff scam. Don got real disappointed because he tried to change plans to purchase a piece out in Utah, starting a cult. We don't know. Now, Cher also had the dry run. It never made any sense. See how a marathon type thing would go that never made sense anyway. That was for Churchill and the searchers and whatever, but did that dry run that didn't make sense, but then phone calls later released by our dumbass later on, it shows them working a team effort. Offering on that, well, we'll start a marathon, but we'll do it under fraudulent purposes. We'll tell the public it's for XYZ, like a whatever, but we'll do this in the background instead with it, and working with a group to do that. And then later on, what do you see? Something ain't right with the whole damn thing, obviously, and a whole lot of money revolves around it. Chicken and the eggs, untwisting it all. You hear PG admitting to helping Dawn Candace. What she says is cover up. She writes the stories, the speeches for them. She tells them what to say. She even wanted them to say certain shit that wasn't necessarily true and all that crap. To even the behavior panel when it led up to that and Dr. Phil and shit. And then she was cut out and Mullen steps in and all this. And then she gets pissed. She comes out swinging with text to prove she is who she is and she's been in contact with, blah, blah, blah. And all these things with J4 and Cher in the background, the whole group of them working in it. But she's pissed. She comes out. She shows Cher, messages. Ziggy builds her up. Now you have Prayer Garden. She is now biggest champion. Oh, sissy, it's fun. And Dawn Wells now she wants to give shit to Daisy, but Daisy's just the new Prayer Garden ass cleanser, whatever. I want you to forget the origins and how things really. Yeah, it's just whatever. But yeah, thanks to PG, you could not tell even the interview with Candace and Dawn, the first one done. No, she's already in there. Her markers, all the things, already there. Cleanest interviews you'll have are the ones on the first days, and those are by Bobo and Ansley and other reporters. First few days. That's all you got. And these tragedy events, all of them have been connected from the beginning, and they're all well aware that as they went over each one of these articles, news pieces, whether sit down and interview face to face or whether it be articles, that are all tainted by those like them forming stories, weaving, helping write, come up with all the shit. They've sat here knowing this as they went over, oh, this wording's sus, this is sus. Let's break down what Candace and Dawn said this year. They've known as they went over the behavior panels, many actual things they've done on Candace and Dawn. And they know that the behavior panel themselves are going over these news pieces and all these articles by Candace and Dawn. But the tragedy pimps know that they themselves are the ones that helped Dawn and Candace know or to say all these things to that. So in a way they know that it's already, yeah, but they've been like, oh, they're really on something. This is sus, this is sus. It's very nefarious when you really think about it. And how much of a ride they've really taken all of you all for. The whole damn time. I mean, how are you gonna sit here in front of the public and go over interviews and shit? You know damn good and well your buddy you're working with behind the scenes while pretending in public not has helped write, formulate, do whatever with, contaminate them in word and deed. But you're gonna stand in front of the damn public and be like, oh, what Dawn and Candace said sus, or what so and so. Oh my gosh. They know you're playing, they're playing y'all like gullible ass fools, and I don't think y'all realize sometimes how deep and dark these motherfuckers have gone and what they do and how far they taint everything. They're well aware those are still taking you for that ride. Just like they have today around this event as all the main provocateurs hit the ground and heightened sense of danger and la 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 and all the, typical same shit, different day, rinse, repeat things they do. And bodyguards and, oh, good versus evil and whatever, right? There's a bullhorn in place. Somebody's ass. Okay, bro.
To this family is about the grandmother who was, according to reports and investigators, there the day that Summer was
really made a big deal about that, like Summer's parents have. After Summer was reported missing, her father did take some of us out on a dog trail near their house. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this area, but where they live is very rural. They live up on top of a hill, and it's kind of hard to get to their house. However, they did say that the police dogs, that their scent of Summer kind of stopped at the end of the dog trail there. Police haven't really made a big deal about that like Summer's parents have. So unfortunately, that really led to nowhere. But when it comes to that abduction claim, again, law enforcement hasn't, gone for that, or they also haven't denied it really.
One other question that we get about possible people connected to this family is about the grandmother who was, according to reports and investigators, there the day that Summer was last seen. Evelyn from South Dakota is asking about the grandmother and what she has said about the day Summer disappeared.
And you have these idiots in chat. I think it's locked down with April C, checking, and True Crime American or whatever, arguing over all these things. But lockdown's like, they're arguing over where Dawn, the night he and I were out, the thing aired with him, and it turns out later it was chasing. That's how long she's actually been involved. Wound up with the interview where Narcissus about killed us all that night, being enamored with self, and he admitted to doing that to his sister and implying his dad was, whatever, all these things, but he was more interested in listening to himself speak. He talked about the red truck. I'd heard wrecking and revving throughout the night. I couldn't quite make it to it. My health was so bad, my body down, I literally crawled into the cabin on hands and knees that night. I had to turn around on my way down there because I knew I wasn't going to make it. And I made where I could back to the cabin. I couldn't do it, so I left it be. Next morning, the neighbors find him. Don comes down. He's like, hey, can I take pictures? And then feeds it out to his YouTube buddies. Share. They feed out the date wrongly during the night that Dawn and I go out, because it had rained and was afraid to take the soul off the hill, afraid to go shooting off the hill in it, right, because of how slick it was. So I don't know, couldn't get back up there. Also, the crap's going on. So the monster. So I give them like 20-30 bucks, and buy him dinner. He takes me to Pals and Priceless, grab a few things, come back, I walk up the hill. But anyway, during that interview with Cher and Chasing and all, I thought at first it was a mistake. I was like, holy shit, did you just catch that? They got that wrong about the red truck. And he was like, oh, did they? I was like, yeah, dude, you need to, like, fix that. You know, he's like, I wasn't worried about him. You know, I'd be worried about that. For me, it meant, well, shit, somebody's got wrong info about it. And then they're going to be confused and they're going to think the red truck's founded wrongly and it's not. And that's going to mean a great deal to Summer. You need to go fix that with whoever you did the interview with. Make sure they put a correction in there or something this time. My dumbass went where they don't do that type of thing. I didn't even know it was really here that was, I just knew he had told somebody wrong and I thought it was just a signal drop or something that caused it. He didn't care a bit more than Man Moon, and then it turns out you catch a piece later on with him and Cher talking, they knew exactly what they're doing, and it was put out wrong. For salacious purposes, I don't know, but you could clearly tell it had been put out wrong, and Cher knew before she said it wrong on that, on purpose, that it indeed had nothing to do with June 15th. And then you had to be stupid about that bullshit anyway. Do you think a red fucking truck had been in there on June 15th wrecked and people out of this area, they would have even been weeks later starting to put out the news of a red truck looking for one? Hell no. Like, this is the level of dumb around here I cannot grasp. People are like, oh, but that red truck was wrecked on the day Summer vanished. It was at the bottom of the driveway. Don Mel said so was Cher and Chasing. Are you stupid? Yeah, that's why weeks later they come out with, hey, we're looking for a red truck. I mean, the amount of ignorance around here is just unreal to me. It just is. But, see, that's a shit that if he cared enough or Cher cared enough for Chasing you. Yeah, no. Instant correction. If they cared about Summer, that's what it would have been. They would have never purposely put it out wrong anyway, would they? You'd made sure, I think, as anybody missing child, you'd want the info correct. And you'd be like, holy shit. The police are in my daughter's case are looking for this red truck, and this just got put out wrong. And that means nobody will be looking for this red truck. And we desperately need it found because they're a witness, and we want this witness found so we can find our missing daughter. Not put out incorrectly on purpose by Chasing and Cher. And let stand to where even now, years later, you all think, somehow wildly enough, that truck was on June 15th. You wouldn't want to stand, you wouldn't think that. That was my concern in the vehicle, and I was like, holy shit, dude, you need to, like, contact whoever the fuck it was and make them fix that, because whoever that is in the red truck matters, man. They got it wrong. It matters, because the red truck still needs to be looking for them. People think that red truck's been found. They're not going to be looking for one, and then, you see, I was concerned. I was like, meh. And then later on, you found the piece that shows Cher knowingly did so on the interview. Tells me a hell of a lot. But yeah, they're out here for Summer Wells, huh? Seems like to me it's also around the same period that people are marking out posters and shit, red trucks, but I don't know, it's like certain people wanted summer to vanish and be nowhere in the area, and some people wanted red trucks eliminated and all this shit, and sometimes I wonder if it's not on purpose. Wondered a great deal many things, long before I ever spoke publicly. There's a great deal I wonder now, and a great deal many things I don't speak about publicly either. But I know. There's all kinds of shit I know I shouldn't know, but I know. And I know Ellie knows, therefore, like they already know it, and I know it, and I maybe not supposed to know it, but I keep to my fucking self, because that's for the greater good. I know there's things I've figured out, things I've tried to, just pieces and fires, man. What do you do with all? So I just burn from day to night, night to day, day to night. Try to figure it all out. All in the middle of this tragedy event pile on. Who does shit to distract you, to terrorize you, to torment you on purpose, to use you as content, to pump out all the content they swear somewhere's lost anyway. No, they're the ones that have chosen to do that with our real life situations as satellite. Our voice is intended to help DVs, survivors, victims, fighters, bring women and children and others out of darkness so they don't die in body bags. That's the only way they see freedom ever. They've put out this ocean and host of shit that they hashtag Summer's name in and proclaim. Lost him because of all this. No, you could have left a survivor, fighter, victims voice and the monster on, put it all down, not used any of this content, pump out 400 videos a day because police and the West giving you any new information on Summer. Because you're all pieces of shit. Putting out shit wrongly, weaving around it, doing all kinds of weird shit with it. From the beginning. No wonder it's so damn tight-lipped. I'm not giving y'all shit. Why y'all scream for these creators? They're doing for Summer. Why won't law enforcement? Well, it's because of your favorite fucking creators. Idiots. Duh. And probably also because the rest are double-edged sword ass. But there's some around this that every time they get the least little thing or they get some feed out, they run like their asses are on fire straight to YouTube and their creators in the background with it, feed it out to them, give it to them. Couldn't figure that out in real time. I was like, the fuck, man? It's often how you know other folks around this. It's like alarm bells for me. You'd be in regular conversation thinking that these people who are, you think, closer to everything than you are, being given more information, turns out apparently they were not. And they weren't paying enough attention to what was happening around them. to know, like the rest of us in the community knew, a lot of these things were not secret or anything. But they were too busy already playing patty cake with YouTubers and bullshit. And so enamored with that more than they were really out like the rest of the damn community. Hunting for summer, trying to help these crews, please, I don't know. But either way, you'd be spending in real time. You'd be talking about average shit that you thought the whole damn community was aware of, wasn't no secret. And then all of a sudden their mouths drop and you can see their eyes light up like excitement. They're like, what? And before you can even finish the thought, sentence, whatever the fuck it was, you go, oh shit, to yourself. They didn't know. Why and how did they not know this? That we've all known for days or weeks or hours or fuck? But before you could even finish telling me, like, for starters, you start realizing really quick that you don't want to give them anything because you're like, mm-mm, mm-mm. And you start realizing real quick you don't want to do that. Something's wrong. But then they run off before you can because they're so excited about something. Then all the months, the stuff progressed and you realize where they were coming to with all that and how it was being pumped out wrong. Because they didn't bother to get whole anything from you. That they had just the excitement on getting something new to feed out to the tragedy. Behind the scenes and otherwise. So they could put it out all wrong, not in context, not anything. Have new material and chaos making horseshit machines. Why I can't say I have my thoughts on it too. And you realize you didn't, when it comes to later on, where it was going, why the look of excitement, the twinkle in anything, and you realize your instincts are right and why you went, oh god, don't finish that sentence, Jody, so they don't know. Why don't they? Fuck. Don't make it aware any further. You know? Something ain't right here. I don't know where that's going. Something ain't right. Let they just light off like their asses on fire. What is fucking up here? Because you know damn good and well they ain't like being like, hey Ellie, I just figured out this hot thing because the whatever it is you're talking about has to do with Ellie or something, you know, around some of things. So obviously where so that's not what the lit up asses and the gleam in the eye about. Whoever is running with their asses on fire tells something to somebody, that is not law enforcement they're telling it to. That's something else. Something's wrong here. And then you figure out exactly what's wrong. Way later on. I don't know. All these things, right?
So I actually interviewed the grandmother. Her name is also Candace. I interviewed her.
Possible people connected to this family is about the grandmother who was.
And this right here, I can't even believe this tragedy put nation even. Just this being put up on the screen. But actually, I'm going to go back to that because I got squirreled. But they're arguing, and I swear to God, locked down with April, who's still around here, by the way. Goes, I have Don Wells admitting himself on my screen. That truck was June 15th. These are the channels you go to for your information or look at because they have a channel in there amongst you in chats and go, yeah, they have all things. Anyway, here you know.
According to reports and investigators, there the day that Summer was last seen. Evelyn from South Dakota is asking about the grandmother and what she has said about the day Summer disappeared.
Now, the comment put on the screen by the Tragedy Nation over here is literally, has anyone checked to see if the grandmother may have taken Summer with her? Why, as a real or legit reporter, would you even put that stupid shit up on a screen? Please God, somebody tell me. You as a reporter or journalist should see how stupid that fucking is for starters. You get. And just pass that by. Find a better question about anything. Instead, you give that. It's up on the screen. Then you ask an actual investigative journalist on the ground something stupid, a little bit different than what's put on the screen. But you put that up on the screen and highlight it. Like, you. See, this is why I can't get behind some of these news stations. Right? Are you serious, Dear Desk Lady? I mean, common sense and logic should tell you. Has anyone checked to see if the grandmother may have taken Summer with her? Has to be one of the dumbest fucking questions on earth. Y'all serious? Yeah. Summer's wherever, and Grandis pulls out of town, and she just picks up Summer. Cops ain't following where everything ain't bugged. This there, they ain't watching her when she shows up at wherever she lands, and yeah. Sure. Ellie went and watched her in other states to make sure of any such thing. Holy shit, I don't. Holy shit, guys. Summer was right there in Grandis' camper or something, in her truck the whole time. All those weeks before she left, she pulled out. Law enforcement unaware. Had Summer with her the whole time. Or she picked her up on a rent and took her to another state, and then nobody was watching her, keeping eyes on her, make sure that no. Seriously? So reminiscent of all that bullshit they were going to use to prop Chase up for that second marathon that they tried to use blackmail. Then they used as a, well, fuck, JC's done called on her Facebook, so we got to find another weasel way to put it, so we're going to use it to eat Chase and say, here's this callback Indiana, and Grandis is the hero theory and all this other garbage. It still persists, and now it's made it fucking News Nation, and you all still really believe that Grandis is. I'm just like, and yeah, I know law enforcement, feds wouldn't have checked any of that. They wouldn't have known. They never once went and saw it. They didn't follow. They didn't keep eyes on Grandy. No. This is how stupid tribals. How fast, how long. Then how it's put out and normalized to the rest of the entire world by irresponsible news stations, and I use news as more of an entertainment purposes only thing with some of them, I gotta tell you. If you're a responsible news organization with truth and light on facts, so you don't do irresponsible shit. You don't normalize this to the public so that it continues. You just don't. Because fuck this, that's why. I hate it. Hate it all. Now this little place, this little tiny section down here, like specks of shit on a salad bar that can cause infection for like 600 coming through a day. Same thing applies. It somehow infects and breeds all the way up to what most people see as real news every day, and it's not. This is a problem with bad pebbles. and specks of shit on a salad bar. You know? Hepatitis true crime. Welcome to hell. No truth to be found, just a bunch of criminals making money off of destruction. Pain. And making the world dumber. Bunch of QAnon Wayfair fucking nonsense. Age of this much tech and people choose to use it to get somehow more ignorant than intelligent. It's beyond me. But that is human nature. Every good thing given to us, we seem to spoil. Fuck up. Used for bad instead of good, or to bring us together. We use it to tear each other apart. Now we've used it to dumb ourselves down and make our attention spans like gnats and divide and whatever, man. Anyway, let's hear the thing here, shall we?
So I actually interviewed the grandmother. Enforcement hasn't, gone for that, or they also haven't denied it really.
One other question that we get about possible people connected to this family is about the grandmother, who was, according to reports and investigators, there the day that Summer was last seen. Evelyn from South Dakota is asking about the grandmother and what she has said about the day Summer disappeared.
So I actually interviewed the grandmother. Her name is also Candace. I interviewed her back in March of last year. That was the first time she had spoken on camera. She walked us through that day. From what I remember, she was in the hospital that morning and they were out and about here in Kingsport, kind of the largest town near where they live, getting some medicine and things of that nature throughout the day. She told us that they ended up going back home and that she and Summer were planting flowers in her garden. She lived on the property with them at the time. And she said that Summer then went inside of the house and Candace, her daughter, Summer's mother, asked the boys to watch her, and that was the last time she had seen Summer. They, again, have not ruled her out as not being a suspect, have not said she is a suspect, but again, they said everybody is on the table when it comes to this case. I know that there have been some questions about her grandmother leaving the state. A lot of people have asked if that was connected to this. She's been cleared to do so, according to what she told me in that interview.
I'm sorry, I have to stop. Minimal Reacts is over in this chat, saying Summer Wells is dead, just like her aunt. Let her rest in peace, and let's move on to other missing children especially. Okay, Minimal Reacts, where some of your mid and top tier folks revolve around and hang out with. Alright, bro. The person speaking is Ansley, and I don't know, one of the others on the nation.
The law enforcement agencies told her she was free to go as long as, she answered their phone calls when they did call. But that was the last we have heard from Summer's grandmother. When I spoke to Don last Friday, he said that she was not in Arkansas with them. He wouldn't really give me too much information about where he is. He made it seem like he didn't even know where she is. So at this point, I can't tell you where Summer's grandmother is or how connected or even disconnected she is to the case.
Understood. The other question that comes up in a lot of submissions that we're getting is echoed here in a question from Maggie from Australia, and she's asking about contact with the three boys. What more did Don say about why the boys were taken from them in the first place?
So back in the beginning when all of this happened, they were taken away about a month after Summer was reported missing. I went to some of those hearings. I was not allowed inside the courtroom, but did speak with Don and Candace afterwards. At the time, they told us that it was just because it was not safe for them to be at the home. At the time, there was a lot of...
And they tried to say it was because of Tragedy Pam's YouTube is here, but right leading up to the days the boys were taken. You have vigils, you have Bob Bubbles, Buster ones, you have Amy Tate and all them tweaking visibly and openly in front of the news cameras at a vigil. Robin Grandis, Candace there with Amy Tate, who then later come out with Sanchez and them after tweaking on the Hill Smudge for months, and pumping out lies about us and narratives. They were also part of Squall's group from the very beginning, her little private groups, her Summer Wells groups. Shelly Wells, her and her buddies have always run as they hunted us down as neighbors and witnesses and used to help these main tragedy pimps acquire us all. But and to identify us, even if we just simply watched and never spoke a word. But yeah, Amy and Pamela were parts of those group and talking shit and doing all these things. They were very obviously using, at least Amy Tate was, using for months on the hill and then caught visibly in front of the news station just days in advance the boys being taken. But then later on, you hear them come out and make up lies about my son, myself. That's, deal sealed by Cam chasing refs, all their garbage, but we all knew it wasn't. It's all horse shit. It was just narratives to hit at my kids once again. Target us. It never made sense in the first place, but, that day that Cam, he'd already debunked it. It had already been put on Facebook such months prior. But then the day he needed to do it, he goes on Tiffany, says one thing. I was in there at the time too, and then he gets straight down, says he's got to get the kids from school, but lies. He goes right up on Squalls, says the exact fucking opposite, and then it takes off, and he moves the dates and all this, says they know that I have proof that it's a lie. Each time I show proof, they move the date, they move the date, they move the date. And even yet, the one that they eventually stuck on, I was like, fuck it, and I have proof too that that's bullshit. But either way, it's months after. Never made a hill beans. It was just a narrative to make I and my children look fucking wild. That still persists around here. It's goofy, but they put in there during those dates, just a few days before the boys were taken. You have all that visible to the world that Amy Tate's hanging out, clearly tweaking on camera. The boys are present, vigil, all that. Bust bubbles, race cameras, all these things. I don't know where they fit, where they don't. I don't think all the danger was from YouTubians people are playing with while calling the danger only to the real media, of course. But here playing patty cake. Right. Here, tell in there in real time it's because certain people didn't pass certain screenings and such. Straight from the horse's mouth. So, but, nope. Public story goes. At least one later feathered and fancied up by PG Owens. No, YouTube creators danger. Bleh. But Don gets on J4 after refusing to answer a question for Bobo, saying he couldn't speak on it. Gets immediately on J4 and goes, yeah, the boy's been taken. Bobo's like, I can't speak on it. It'll break the gag if he gets straight on J4. It's like, well, this fake fed or maybe real fed in me thinking I really did something to my daughter and I took off, did some crazy shit, acted bad, knocked full crack, I don't know, and then, and then that's why they took her boys and, whatever, to me, but like in real time, Don, after a few days, tried to feed me this shit about, well, it ain't safe here for him, and I told him go ahead and take him, and whatnot. And Candace gave him this look like she could stab him with 4,000 daggers at once. And no, that was real. The look. So at some point, I think Dawn did really go, yeah, take it, take it. Something, right? Probably for his own looks or master. I don't know. It's whatever. Who the fuck knows? Ellie knows. Services knows. It's all been a fucked up garbage mess from day one, minute one. Even still years later, but hold on. I'm back. I had a wayward cat. And a teen, and coming for gaming chips, and it's like, hey, dip those, mom. Like, yeah. Been robbed. Um, and I'll probably get up here shortly because kind of want to game with little one. Film as usual, so I gotta do that. And got here amongst the Alright guys, we just found a note taped to one of the doors. I was wondering who had pulled in earlier, but I thought it was company for other families. Anyway, they left a note taped to the door. And, a message to me, basically, and to... Anyway, it's Creamer, we know, grew up with. All of us did. All of them, and grew up good, but there's something sort of wrong. They're looking for something, and they're wanting permission, to come here and search. And so this couldn't have been left very long ago because I heard them pulling in. I just thought it was company other families. So I'm gonna call them real quick before we get to the doctor and make sure it's alright with the others and give them permission to come here on foot and search, do whatever. I'll be right back. Hmm. It's not that. That's all I'm really gonna say about it.
There were a lot of people, according to them, coming onto their property and things of that nature. When I spoke
Coming on to their properties. Not while tragedy pimps in the area. Sure.
inside the courtroom, but did speak with Dawn and Candace afterwards. At the time, they told us that it was just because it was not safe for them to be at the home. At the time, there was a lot of YouTube speculation happening. There were a lot of people, according to them, coming onto their property and things of that nature. When I spoke with Dawn last week, he said that Child Protective Services made it seem that it was a little too traumatizing for them to speak with the boys. He wouldn't really elaborate on that, but that was the final statement he gave when it came to his boys. We unfortunately don't know too much about their case, where they're at, or how they're even doing, because when I spoke with Dawn last week, he said that Child Protective Services made it seem that it was a little too traumatizing for them to. In the beginning, when all of this happened, they were taken away about a month after Summer was.
And I did see the Jabs comments, by the way. But I don't really do email. So, Jab wants to contact me or through Messenger with me from Facebook. That's cool. Anyway.
Reported missing. I went to some of those hearings. I was not allowed inside the courtroom, but did speak with Dawn and Candace afterwards. At the time, they told us that it was just because it was not safe for them to be at the home. At the time, there was a lot of YouTube speculation happening. There were a lot of people, according to them, coming onto their property and things of that nature. When I spoke with.
And once again, wording, according to them. But weren't they the ones really inviting all those, like the Amy Tates and stuff there? Went Squall, the one inviting everybody to come in out of the public and do the house, do this, do that. Because the road was still blocked, really, and a cop on it until the boys were. And just a few days before the boys. I don't know, man. And I know Ansley is fully aware of all these guys. It's interesting.
Dawn last week, he said that Child Protective Services made it seem that it was a little too traumatizing for them to speak with the boys. He wouldn't really elaborate on that, but that was the final statement he gave when it came to his boys. We unfortunately don't know too much about their case, where they're at, or how they're even doing, because that case is sealed, as most cases like that are.
Yeah, her coworkers broke the story after J4 did, after Dawn refused to talk to Bubba about it, so he couldn't. He went straight to J4. And Dawn told the story about how he'd acted bad, and some fake fed or real fed made him think he'd done something to his daughter. That's why he took the boys. That's the piece that WJHL, where Ansley works, aired. And then she also interviewed him after he got out of jail and asked what changed why he couldn't see the boys, and he says, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure Ansley's will or all things. But
this one has been extremely tight-lipped. Now, Dawn did tell me that when he was in jail, he was able to write letters and things of that nature to the boys, but he said that when he got out of jail in February of last year, I believe, was when we had that conversation. He did tell me that he hadn't heard from them since he was released from jail, and that's when all the communication stopped.
You know, and I think the biggest thing, Ansley, as we have these discussions with Dawn, and we had ours as well, is the biggest question of all is, what do you think happened to your daughter? Did you have anything to do with it? When asked that question, how did he respond to you?
When Doug and Andre came to TurboTax,
We navigated a turbulent housing.
He continues to maintain.
I don't know, Leah. They can call it whatever they want. The whole world can. I know whether it's here on the ground say it's important, but we still yet will not know where, if it is, and if it's wrong somehow, somewhere, won't know. Won't know until the feds tell us. Till then, I do what I do every day. Fires, puzzles, in, out, pieces.
That he and Candace believe that Summer was abducted. That is their theory. He did tell me that the two of them have kind of played the day back over and over again, and that in his mind, there's no other option that she was abducted. He said that Summer knew to.
Now, see this place, they try to do this whole Jody shoot. Speaking of the abduction and what you're saying on it, Leah. I've always tried to latch onto the Scream thing. Like it's the thing. I think it's been a problem since June 15th. And once, hours, minutes, days, weeks, and months grew on, I just kind of latched on to what others were and tried to weave their stories around it. And even tried to lie about the way in which Scream was hard to fit narratives, and do it ass backwards to fit whatever basement bullshit was happening. I guess what they eventually stuck with, though it wasn't known to me for a long time. But yeah, the only people I've ever seen try to use the Scream when it was convenient before they realized what time it took place, which, see, for the longest, only I and Ellie had. Once people realized that and it was public and it, didn't benefit them anymore, then they start trying to move back timelines to me, and they start doing all kinds of weird fuck shit. And they realize, I guess, whatever they formulated over here out in front with, I don't know, does weird shit, also the crap. Unless they could stand up and be like, yeah, it was heard this way and that way, but it's not in any way the way it was heard. But once it no longer suited and I was here to speak for us and for that, and I was unaware because I wasn't listening to certain people and trying to keep separate from even online, it looks like around, that there's a definite series of events here where people picked up on that Scream immediately from 15th to suit maybe narratives or such or so, and or whatever. And that wasn't us, nor has it ever been. Because you see, it still stands for me that Scream doesn't mean that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Never has meant that. Is it a possibility that if that's the case, then that could be like, yeah, I suppose so. Could it fit things heard the way it's heard? Yeah, I guess. But that does not mean that that's how anything went down or what it is or why or other, It's only other people that latched on it and had to make it fit certain things. Whereas I've always been like, it can fit wherever it fits, however it needs to fit, or not fit at all, or not be a thing. If that Scream applies, that does not mean someone was abducted or kidnapped. It also could mean she's hurt. It could mean a lot of things. It could mean a whole host of things. I just find it weird. It looks like, once I started paying attention and digging backwards, because I had spent so long even here in this room, being like la 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 to the others and not mingling or co-mixing or listening or being like, what did they say today? Because I didn't want shit to mix in between us, and I didn't want to be tainted by whatever the fuck everybody else is doing and saying. And I wanted my brain to do what it needed to do, and feds and cartoons or else told me it would do with time without any taint from the others and whatever. And I never really had much of a penchant for Mud and Joel anyway, which I knew was happening in real time. So I need to go listen to it in this room. So in that way, in a way, it's unfortunate but fortunate that I waited so long to be like, what? Holy shit, it's almost 2 year mark. You're telling me this trail thing is where they landed? Seriously? This is what we're going. Okay. Alright, and then as soon as I said that publicly, then other people were like, well, okay, maybe she did just get mad or something and wander off. Like, what the fuck? That was an almost immediate reaction. Me being like, this is horse shit. This is really what y'all, seriously? Okay. Now, after 2 years, as soon as I said now, you're still like, well, maybe she did get mad. Okay, fine. But going backwards in time, being able to be like, wait, so these times, dates, etc., as these things were changing, the dogs mattered at first greatly, even to other people. Then suddenly, when that didn't, then that was changed. Then it looks like, Scream was used until, people became publicly aware of when it actually took place, and oh shit. Response to that was the moving back of timelines to try to meet the Scream. Then it was this thing, and a moving of things about by others to try to meet. My shit, and then it was like, fuck, for everybody else, and it was trying to meet up with our statements, our things that, at least publicly, that we witnessed or seen or heard, and I find that concerning. Once, it looks like I moved back in pieces, once I start describing the Scream ways in which we heard it in Sarah, and it doesn't fit, it looks like other people's weaving of what they wanted the public to think it sounded like. And then it was no shit. And then it looks like from the background what started happening was we were asked to be targeted, harassed, fucked with, destroyed online. Each step of the way as those moments occurred. So in a way, it's good that I went la 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 to a great deal. It's unfortunate in other ways, but it looks like really there's only so many around us that have been doing that, and they've been doing it since January. That tried to take things from others and build off of them, and then I spent this entire time changing and weaving and bobbing and moving things around to fit other things and trying to formulate some final story, and I don't know, that's what it seems like to me a great deal of time. Now that I can look back and there's been enough time, these pieces, these parts, you can see the movements and dates, and when I've said certain things, and then you can start seeing these things in hindsight, you can start adding them together. And I don't like any of that shit, honestly. It seems like other people are pretty concerned where it concerns on the children's voices. And it ain't us that have ever been like moving our shit around to 50 others. It's been all the others trying to take everything and to move around us. And then if shit don't work out, it seems like then we get attacked broadside or has to be fucked with a little bit more, tormented and terrorized, has to be discredited, etc. Well, 75% true. Right? I find it weird being asked to take back my statement. It's like, I didn't realize a great deal many things throughout this. It's like, it was well after she had done that with the shower thing. It's like, I didn't know then that others had said that before I ever got here, and even Dawn and them admitted that before I ever got here. I did not know this because I kept clear of them. I didn't watch the others like they were all watching each other, weirdly enough, parroting off of one another. I just didn't do that. So when I got eaten for it, I thought, fuck, why? And then when you come up on these pieces later and you're like, holy shit, why did this place eat me alive for saying the same thing that apparently Allie and Hunter and all these others in the past, and Dawn may even admitted to, why did I get eaten alive for the sheriff's or this or that or the other? Why did I get eaten alive for the comments about the kids pot when Dawn even admitted he had them smoking? Or, why is it that Monster was never asked, hey, why? Or, no, it's always me. And, and then you have Chase involved in that each and every time where it concerns me. But you did not see them doing that where it concerned the others who said, like, Dudley said the same thing. Kids were apparently at the job site smoking. You see him back going, Dudley, why didn't you report? Why didn't you do this? Oh my God, Dudley. Oh my God, Allie, what about the shower? Oh my God, Don, what about you? Hell no, you don't. And what I find funny is that each and every time things like that have occurred around me, it's Chasing that's been involved in the fuckery and extreme targeting of me. And the narratives put out, though I've said nothing more than the others, but they don't get the same type of treatment. And the inset, and they say Jody Sue's so screwed. But all the others around this have basically, it's just a community amount of knowledge. We've all witnessed or seen the same things, but the others are not attacked and fucked with in the same manner. Even before you they're just not done that way. The same things are not demanded of them. And you don't see the Don B's and the Chasings ever running all these damn pieces years later, but Jody Sue said. It's what it always is. And generally at the helm of that, you see Chasing being the one to be like, where it concerns me and others. To put that garbage in. Do you see him go back in time and doing that with any of the others around this? Dudley or any of them that said these things? Or the others before us? No. And generally where that fuckery starts, a Chasing's involved. Each and every fucking time around us. Jumps on a panel. Acts like she don't know shit. Then suddenly knows all the shit. And then suddenly gets us eaten. And all these tragedy pimps around her. And there's Jody Sue in the shower. Jody Sue in the weed. And Jody Sue and Jody... But it's like, fuck, there was 400 public before we were, including Dawn, saying all the same things. You need them live, you sons of bitches. Real weird, eh? I don't find it weird. And here's why. Here's why. They will make you think whatever the fuck's about me, and I don't care whether you do or don't. But it's a little easier to discredit the rest, and a whole lot of the others have been tampered, tainted with, fucked with in a way that jury could be like, I don't know, this person was paid for, and this person was playing with, and, And there's proof that they'll lie, pay for play, they'll add shit into their stories for a little money. And they can't get to me that way. Never been able to, right? And then on top of that, they know what I know. It's a little easier to discredit all those around somewhere in life that are toasted, soaked, burnt, tweaked. And I ain't one of those. There's only so many ways. And that's really mind-fucking the masses into this. Just because they say I am a liar, or I am this, or I am that, then I'm not peaceful. And it's really that simple. Or that I'm the one that said this, but what they won't tell you is the other 600 that were aired public before me, including Dawn themselves, have all said this shit. It's just community knowledge. What they don't want you to realize is that they didn't eat them, but they will eat me over it. I don't know, it seems like there's a whole lot of people afraid of the voice, as opposed to the voices of the rest, because the rest have been able to be tampered with, screwed with, annihilated, paid, tainted in a way to where, maybe on purpose, to where they can be eaten by defense attorneys, or juries not able to believe anything they're saying. Their drug histories, maybe whatever you see, and don't have all that. A little harder to eat what you can. Fuck with. Can't really be bought. Doesn't have the history so as to have work concerns. Addiction, usage, just there, blah, blah, you know. You only got so many avenues left, and that's really Kool-Aid and mindfucking. And to me, it smells like a whole abundance of people wanted to use us when they thought they could, or things we said could be used by them. Then when it turns out those things cannot be, then it's like, oh shit, bear eater. It smells like fear to me. Also feels like a whole lot of tragedy pimps. Fear voice that keeps calling them out. Their games and bullshit into the public. And their scams and cons and the way in which they do all these terrible fucking things around each one of these open and active cases. And what better way, and the only way they really have to fuck with than just mind fuck people into thinking I'm XYZ, you know? And that's basically all they have to rely on to try to get the job done. Because they've tried all the others. Hell, they've even tried to get us murdered, and that shit's still playing out. See how that works. Eventually. Or for them to, into it's bad, I guess, to have another heart attack, and this one I don't walk away from, or, the stress and emotional and mental shit they push through, all this crap, just causes my conditions to just, and die that way, hands off, by proxy style, and they don't have to take responsibility in any way for that. All kinds of shit, right? But, yeah, I mean, they've tried everything else. They've tried tainting me, they've tried, payments that didn't work, they've tried everything they fucking can, blackmail threats, fucking blackmail notes, false 5150s, trying to set off ship 29 monsters so somebody lands somewhere does this, and they've tried, breaking me down as an entire human being, destroying my family unit, keeping us cut off from any support system. I mean, I've tried it fucking all, and they're still doing half of it. Right down to goddamn admittedly trying to get us fucking murdered. And, I don't know what to tell you. That reeks fucking fear of a great many, and desperation of more than a few. All online, all right in front of you all. For entertainment purposes only. Hashtag #7. It's always just that feel on it, man. Even all the first interviews, man, they weren't about the summer. That's why I told Ainsley in the Millimet interviews if it was solely about the summer. Because first interviews weren't even about her. It was about C&D really hitting back at Hunter and them, I guess, for what they had, and trying to discredit in advance all these other things, getting hit, I don't know. And then the interview with McDonough, it's about the same. It's to get back at Allie and him. Dawn's out here. It's not really about summer. It's about the sisters and their shit, I don't know. It wasn't really about getting word out of us. About shutting people up. Getting in advance of, I think. I don't know. I have my own thoughts, feelings about it. Doesn't mean it's true. It's just my perspective some days. Sometimes, but then you also have people like Prayer Garden involved in all that shit. Trying to help.
Not run off from the house.
Trying to help them form stories according to Prayer Garden and all that, and speeches and everything. Dawn, though, very early on, is mimicking the language of Prayer Garden. In her speeches, she writes sicko and hillbilly perv and stuff, and then in real articles, you see that coming out from Dawn. In language, other word drops that are definitely coming from PG, and you can see PG's taint on a great deal. And then her pissed because he wouldn't go say what it was she wanted him to the baby. But then Mullen steps. You have Dawn in the first few days when Bobo makes him wear it, looks like. In the phone interviews over somewhere on Times News, Rogers Review, or Hawkins County News over on YouTube. One of those. We've been through it before. First few days is, I guess, the first guy put up reward. Bobo tells Dawn it had been in the paper, whatever. The rest of the damn thing, he'd been very monotone, but then the mention of that happens, you can hear a different tone immediately take place. Excitement. And then it goes back to, oh shit, I'm supposed to be the whatever father. This is just a few days after Summer vanishes, of course. And then within weeks, you have Squall and involved Squall's it. Cher lifting off trial runs. And in the background at the same time saying, giving these ideas out for ward funds and they need to be raised. And Dawn's like, why? And she's all like, well, actually, I mean, more money don't. I mean, there is some there already. And she's like, but if you want to, we could raise more and we could tell the public it's for one reason, but we'll be doing it for another reason. The background also shit is her, J4, PG, etc. Playing games in the background, feeding out this shit to make it look like, PG's having shit fed around in a way that fucks up shit, and her and Cher fuck on J4 to release it, and it gets, all these things, right? that Dawn's sold her for money and need to get back from cartel, because that idea I did put out in the opener. In order to make the public start believing that money needed to apply to get her back, the sheriff starts the dry run for it with the little one, Tom Prairie. Then it builds, and you eventually have the idea. Squall pissed because Scott and him took off her idea, took it from her to Marathon. There's so many things wrong here. But during those days and weeks in real time, we're in there and we're with the cops, detectives, profilers, cartoons. We're not on YouTube or with social media weirdos fucking around doing that shit. We're in there, man. The rest are all wrapped up in this realm. Doing all that shit. Can't figure it out. Some days. But it all applies, right? Everybody from the night. Summer Redness, they wanted her to be gone. Take it. This thing, I mean. And then honestly, I mean, that's the thing. Dawn, even at first light, he'd said that earlier, right? With the, so you're telling me to or whatever. But then there's a scene going up to Fred's, and I was talking like, man, don't be getting that shit up there. And he's like, man, she's dead. What the fuck? The fuck? Give her a chance, bro. What the fuck you talking about? She's only missing a few hours. Give her a fucking chance. Me? Eh? Everybody, including Fred, they all wanted her dead, gone, and shit to have taken place days before. They wanted her entirely out of area. And these tragedy films took over that too, because to make all these marathons and shit, where they had to make you think that, all these ludicrous shit and things, and I mean, but it's very similar flavor to what was going on with all these characters on this shit, and they're in real time. It's like a red truck ship. Somebody immediately didn't want that red truck to apply. Looking back, they also wanted to start using maybe this round to make them look suspect. And including that first interview that was done. Lawson said witness only, we're looking for whatever, but then they're like, oh, that's rather elusive. You should probably come forward and explain yourselves. Is that really all you should be talking to? A witness, potentially? You should be like, hey man, if you've seen something, please, for our baby girl, please just come forward with me. No. You immediately start making them sus as soon as it's public they're looking for a red truck. Well, what person, maybe scared shitless anyway, even if they're only a witness, is going to come forward if you immediately go out of the gates going, oh, that's elusive, we don't know nothing about it. Explain yourself. No, hey man, the police and sheriff them, they're saying you could be the key to finding our daughter. Yeah. Please come forward. No. Well, that's rather loose. Like, looks like this place and little Patty Kagan, they started doing the same. Other shit and comes out in real time inside and from inside the hollow. Certain people around certain times, all that start marking out shit. It's like certain people didn't want certain shit to count or apply or wanted to twist it. I don't know. But why on all of it? Is it just all innocent? Is it all just things your brain wants to put together as things? Or is it, not things? Do you work those pieces in and out of fires and puzzles? Other people's behavior as they take note of things, how they react to them. Do you put those in? And then how do you discern whether it's what the motive is behind it? Is it nefarious or is it simply being like, too helpful? Is it because poor choice of wording around certain things? Don't know.
Again, they do live in a very wooded area. That area is hard to get to. Their house is way up on a hill. In my opinion, you have to have a reason to be going to their house. So I do, see where he might be coming from. However, law enforcement, they have not given anything to back up that claim when it comes to the abduction. The only thing we had to go off of was, like you mentioned earlier, the red truck. That hasn't really been mentioned since law enforcement put that information out. And then they also said that there were no cell phones that pinged that day. So again, it's just kind of one of those.
And I find it weird around the same time this year. Certain people were swearing neighbors and I just stopped them and people ain't going, yeah man, Ellie shut up my door. They said my cell phone pings. Or they stopped them at grocery stores or whatever. I'm like, oh man, yeah. They pinged my cell phone. It's going to be ready. And then Ansley makes sure to note, for some reason in front of the world at 2-year mark, same time other people are putting that weird shit out. Ansley makes sure to know, for some weird reason, to kick out that into the universe. Because there was no cell phones that pinged to that day. Or whatever she just said. Or she said that was the opposite of what others were suddenly weirdly putting out. I don't know. There's nothing I'd ever heard her talk about before. It seems weird she made sure to say that at the time that other people were saying weird shit about cell phone things.
Those things where there's just no answers 2 years later, and it's frustrating for all parties involved.
Yeah, and for the community members who wonder, if something like this happened, are other kids at risk, right? A very valid question. I want to get quickly.
Oh shit, you don't say. Listen to that again. You want to? Let's listen to that again.
he continues to maintain that he and Candace believe that Summer was abducted. That is their theory. He did tell me that the two of them have kind of played the day back over and over again, and that in his mind, there's no other option that she was abducted. He said that Summer knew to not run off from the house. Again, they do live in a very wooded area. That area is hard to get to. Their house is way up on a hill. In my opinion, you have to have a reason to be going to their house. So I do, see where he might be coming from. However, law enforcement, they have not given anything to back up that claim when it comes to the abduction. The only thing we had to go off of was, like you mentioned earlier, the red truck. That hasn't really been mentioned since law enforcement put that information out. And then they also said that there were no cell phones that pinged that day. So again, it's just kind of one of those things where she really, there's just no answers 2 years later, and it's frustrating for all parties involved.
Yeah. And for the community members who wonder, if something like this happened, are other kids at risk, right? A very valid question. I want to get quickly to
the other community members who wonder, etc. Are other kids at risk? Who's responsible? Does it mean a predator is out here of that caliber? If they're unknown, and they took that much risk, that means they will do this again, and they will pick up speed and everything, and it's going to get worse and worse. They'll take more risks. So, which kids, right? Who, what, where are, and then that person now thinks there's like seeking arrest and the BKs and right. They know where everybody lives and who has kids, and genealogy charts y'all think aren't harmful, but it lets people out here know which families have small children and where and when. The community doesn't have access to real emergency services quickly, cell phone services, you know what I mean? And to me, it's you all making sure that predators feel like, oh shit, this is a feeding ground. So that's real safe for all this. And you've done genealogy shits. You've let people out here, even if it's not this perpetrators. No, you've let other predators, others who are dangerous to children and women this year. You've literally handed them maps on how to get to all these people. Properties, what they're driving, their houses, security measures, where cameras are placed, where they're not. You've given them age ranges and all this other crap of, tell them where children are, grandchildren. And y'all just think, oh, it's just like, genealogy.com, and well, if Michelle Walks posts it, and well, this, and who cares who mentions it, because you're doing it in front of a world where predators exist, you dumbasses. But yeah, our community is concerned that there's a predator still loose, and there is. No matter who's responsible, there's somebody out there responsible. Now, depending on circumstances and what the answer is, and what truly happened June 15th on it, But if it's a predator, just a perfect storm, perfect moment in it, this is somebody who will offend again. And there is a chance of that, no matter what y'all believe, and until we all know otherwise. Y'all have really given these motherfuckers everything they need to try to get by or skirt with or get in advance of law enforcement with your shit. You've also doxed all of our locations as witnesses and shit. And boy, if I was a perpetrator, I might take the risk on doing something for those people, right? Yeah. Y'all didn't care about any of that. Y'all thought it was good times. Made y'all some subs, clicks, likes, views. And on top of that, like I and Little, we know for a fact that there's still at least a predator / two that were peeping toms and targeting us for years. Fact. Now they know where we're at. how to get here. Just like people who are trying to get murderers, half of them didn't know where we're at. The nutters out here in the world that want to cut us apart and dismember us, they know where we're at. Hey, but y'all got like, what, 8, 9, 10,000 views off of a few cash apps? Hell yeah! Yeah, community's concerned. And we're also very concerned about what the hell it means in the future. It's changed everything for all ways of life. Around these children, families, the danger, the risk. Even once the person or persons responsible is caught in someone's case. Y'all have done far too much to where you've made sure other predators, nonetheless or otherwise, can zero in and go, perfect feeding ground. And look here, Michelle Waltz and all these others that put up all these, here's where this child lives, here's how many his family has, here's the age ranges of all these children and people related to, and here are the helpful drive-bys showing all the vehicles and who's home when they're not, and you can put pieces there to really target the fuck out of somebody as a predator on if you're watching this. And to go straight for a new victim. To watch them, stalk them, do whatever. Yeah, y'all a real helpful bunch, Reddy. You're a danger to an entire goddamn community of people and children. And you've created it for good now. That will never go backwards. You can't make that go backwards. But yeah, community concerned indeed. But damn us all if we're concerned. Damn us all if we use logic, common sense, and go, what the fuck are you doing? All. Why are you exploiting an entire... Why are you doing it? And why are we all sus? Because we care about this little girl we know. Why you put us in extreme harm's way, torment the shit out of us all, exploit the fuck out of all of us, genealogies, this, that, blah, blah, blah. Hashtag somewhere in every title along with half our names, bring out old ass news articles, do this, make people look like shit they aren't. I don't understand any of y'all. Y'all create victims over here. Re-traumatize, torment, hurt entire communities. And you enjoy it. People enjoy watching it. I don't know how. Sickest fucking Barnum and Bailey's I've ever seen.
Two more questions before I welcome in our next guest. I have less than 10 minutes. I feel like I'm up against the clock. We've got so many people who want to ask questions. This is from Cassie, and she's asking specifically, Ansley, about searches inside and outside the Wells home, canines that were involved in those searches. Did any evidence turn up then or now?
Like I mentioned before, the only evidence that we were really aware of was the dog trail incident. We were told that Summer Scent stopped at the end of the dog trail there. Law enforcement did tell us that there was a change in pavement to wooded area. So sometimes the dogs can react to the change in pavement.
And see, Angela says pavement to wooded area. But Lawson said gravel to pavement. What if all things are?
Obviously, there's going to be different scents when it
And you can say both things with a straight face because all things are true. But for many different reasons.
comes to pavement and wooded areas. So again, that's really the main piece of evidence that we have from law enforcement. But like I mentioned before, they've been really quiet since the 1 year anniversary. It's been very difficult to get in touch with the sheriff in the case. We've been reaching out to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. We've had a few email responses, but they declined all of our asking for interviews. So it's been, like I said, kind of difficult when it comes to the evidence in this case. Law enforcement just hasn't really told us.
You got weirdos over here in chat, and I know this name because they're over here in these chats all the time, but I swear it's, quote, Don Mills knows he left his own cell phone in Jonesboro. That's how he knows no cell phones ping. But yet Don was out here talking about cell phones pinging. And I'm pretty sure he not had his cell phone, and the cops wouldn't be immediately able to be like, hey, come here, your cell phone. And then they'd be wondering, wait, Don's been out here saying from the get-go him and Candace called until he got there and he changed the story to make it like they were on the phone the whole way with one else or bullshit. But they'd be like, hey, where's that phone? You said you were in. This is the amount of stupid. You can't make it.
Much, and they say that when they have something, they'll let us know.
Did the parents and any other family members take a polygraph early on in the investigation?
We were told in the beginning that both of her parents took a polygraph. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe her grandmother also told me that she took a polygraph test as well. They told us that they all came back clean. So I'm not sure about her brothers. Obviously, her brothers are.
Now, notice she didn't say that L.E. really told me. They were told that. And then she says, well, grandma, I think we were told stupid,
Are juveniles, so they wouldn't release that information to us anyways. But as of now, I do know that Dawn and Candace and her grandmother did all pass their polygraph test in the beginning of this case.
I found that weird. The inclusion of the words in the beginning of this case. And which polygraphs and how many in did it take? Much like the owl and the Tootsie Pop. And then, definitely went off the bat, because they both told us to our faces, they were taking, they didn't pass. Candace was pretty pissed off about it. Dom was like, and then he was going to throw her under the bus. She didn't pass, but I did. But I suppose, and then all the things change over the course of days. But, Dodson's also told there was areas of deception. And then Dodson was telling too much truth, and he skirts out of fucking town. So Dodson wasn't told too dissimilar from what we were told. He was just there speaking about it first. And so the question is, then, why is it to our faces we're all told? By them! No, didn't really pass, then eventually did, had to take them all to, and then later it becomes, well, they passed me, yeah, but how many in? I mean, there's no reason to go. Okay, eventually, you passed. It's just, if, I don't know, you just have to be there. Like, I remember Don standing with me at the bottom of the driveway and talking about it, and he was all like, doing much like the look on Dr. Phil's throwing Candace off the bus filter. Yeah, but, and then a few days later he changed. It's just so weird. Bet Dodson had been told much more than others had been, and then all those silenced, or they get the entire hell away from everything, somewhere else, and move out of states, all kinds of weird shit. But then out here, they're like, yeah, we passed. No shit, I don't. Okay, you can say that, but then if it were true and it was an immediate instant passing and all sort of shit, then why would you immediately start telling everybody else it was not the case? Then later make that look that way. And then, like, tell some person and go, well, they're asking for more and fuck Hawkins, but we'll work with the feds. I don't know, man. All these things, they play out in real time, they play out here, and then you hear things like this, but and then those little add-on bits by Ainsley going, well, the first of the case they passed. Okay. But she doesn't say it's by LE, whatever, I guess. Whatever. I don't
The
know.
interest in Summer's disappearance has not dwindled. Even 2 years later, there are so many people who care about this little girl. Ansley Daniel with our station in Johnson City, Tennessee. I know that you will continue to update us as you get more information, and we will continue to stay on it.
I swear to God, that idiot in the chat. They can find the burner phone and DW knows it. It was a Chow Smith case. Sure. Searched by land, by air, and by sea. This is person 85. Seriously. The USPS has it. I don't know. Marine Corps, Army. By land, by air, and by sea. It's like a 1949 war doc shown before an MGM film. I don't know what to tell you. Normandy. By land, by air, by sea. USPS. Snow, sleet, rain. I don't know. Whatever. Did anybody know anything about this Clow or Chow Smith case? Did something happen in the ocean? You know what? Never mind. Don't answer that.
Thank you for your time. We're not done talking about this. I want to welcome in Chris McDonough now. He's a former homicide detective with 13 years experience in that field. He's also a podcaster. He went into the Wells home after Summer Wells disappeared to look at the circumstances in which she was living, and he is with us now on the phone. Chris, thank you for being with us. As you're listening to my conversation with Ansley, and I do want to highlight, we've got so many people sending in questions about this case. What stands out to you from an investigative standpoint, that a stone that may still be left unturned?
You know, Marnie, what stands out to me right now is the fact that Hawkins County has said they're going to give an update soon. So what that indicates is this has been an active investigation, very tight-lipped, behind the scenes, with probably FBI, TBI, and of course Hawkins County at the point.
It's weird that I make basic bitch shit seem profound, isn't it? Oh, well, let's say they're going to give an update soon. What that indicates is that they have indeed been working this open and active investigation that is called worldwide attention. They have indeed just Barney Fife did. Broke the pencil at the scene and filled the report and said, "Alright, folks, we got it. We'll check back in with you later." Of course they're fucking working it. Fuck you mean? This indicates. No shit. I'm sorry. Can't even believe shit like this is filler and content for TV. And anywhere else, really. No shit, you don't say, Sherlock. How fucking astute. Notice this. Holy shit, took a genius. I mean, I'm dumber than a box of rocks. Holy shit. It took Lawson coming out saying maybe there'll be an update. I'm gonna do an update. So, to be like, oh, this indicates they've been working it the whole fucking time. No. Hot damn. Super. Alright. Podcasters, man. We don't
So
do it.
there's something going on.
Podcasters, you can't live with them. You can't live without them around here. Am I right? Am I right? Right.
That the sheriff felt that he would say something, but just not yet. So that tells me that this case is definitely headed for some type of revelation.
And what do you make of a newly released?
Now, for me, I'm like, but wait. And here's the thing. I get Dick Lawson publicly saying that. For that, well, shit, they're working it. But yet, this is a person I'm known to tell me that they're working very tightly with these same people and are going and speaking to these people in person and doing all this, with the time. But you didn't have a heads up on this. It took Lawson coming up publicly and saying, hey, I'm going to give an update at some point.
Time progression, age progression photo that they put out, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation put out as recently as a day ago. Here we're showing that on our screen for our viewers.
Yeah, I think that is great because obviously that is a protocol from Nick, the missing and exploited NCMEC, right? And so when they do that, it's just in case the child is out there due to the Amber Alert, and somebody sees that child.
In case the child is out there because of the Amber. They do that just in case. They do age progression photos just in case the child's out there because of an Amber Alert. No, they do it because the child's still not found, and they put age progression photos out because the child is, there's been a time frame they've not been found in, which is, quite a length, or there wouldn't be another one. And they do it not because an Amber Alert's been put out for them, but because there's a child missing, still missing, unfound, for a length of time that requires a new picture. Around here.
Child, they want to obviously for some type of revelation.
And what do you make of a newly released time progression, age progression photo that they put out, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation put out as recent?
As a reporter, a journalist, a news desk jockey, whatever. It's the best question you got. What do you make of them putting this age progression photo? Kind of wasted time in life question is how hard hitting, how informative for the viewers to figure out what do you make of them putting this age progression photo out at the 2-year mark. Fuck you mean? What do you make of it? Is it a clue? There wasn't any better questions in the universe. Seriously? That was it. I'd make of it that the child's still missing and age progression photo was necessary to help try to still locate this missing child. Why time feel like this with the dumbest shit on it? I don't understand it.
Recently as a day ago. Here we're showing that on our screen for our viewers.
It's put out as recently as a day ago. Does it make it sound better? More? I don't know why the language and the fancying up around shit. It's like listen to Resume Builder. around the most insane shit. What do you make of this? Being put out just as recent as a day ago. What, near the 2-year mark? Oh! Oh! Man, this is dumb shit. This is what 24-hour news has done. It's astounding. This is your brain on drugs. This is your brain on true crime. This is your brain on 24-hour news cycles where it all needs something to fill up bullshit. Welcome to hell, folks.
Yeah, I think that is great because obviously that is a protocol from Nick, the missing and exploited NCMEC, right? And so when they do that, it's just in case the child is out there due to the Amber Alert. And,
just in case the child is out there due to the Amber Alert. Summer is not out here somewhere due to the Amber Alert. She is out here and has seemingly vanished off the face of the earth due to some asshole. Not the Amber Alert. By putting that out, it hopefully helps locate Summer, help people identify her, and the perpetrators. Get someone to call in tips so the Amber Alert no longer applies and justice starts taking place. The child is not still out here because of an Amber Alert. Summer's out here because of some monster. Seemingly vanished like that off the face of the earth. Yeah, no. Amber Alert is, you know what? It's king. I just don't know. I got a little bit of attitude about it.
Somebody sees that child, they want to obviously put out the most current potential.
That child? You mean Summer? Summer? That child? Okay. Bad as Fred and Cindy or that child? The kid? All the kids. There's Summer's face staring right in yours and that kid. You mean Summer? Once you're on all your channels, clicks, subs, views, the interviews, you know, see. That child.
Potential, view of what she would look like.
I think the thing that so many people have a hard time reconciling is she was on her property, her family was around, her mom and grandma were there, her brothers were there reportedly, and she just vanishes. There's no evidence of an abduction.
I think what people have a hard time reconciling is her brothers there, this was there, parents there. Damn, how many other abductions in history and stuff taken place though where family members were present? They weren't all alone. Not every child ever abducted is somehow alone or on their own. There's a great deal many that take place and they're right in their own beds, right in their own houses, right in and around their own properties. But everybody's like, I think the reason is Summers. All these people were there. Look at the thing. Hell, she was at the yard. UPS driver. Things. Come on. And I get it. But just to be sensible and, say, okay, if all things are possibilities, then why I say that one's any different than the other in circumstances. I mean, there's a great deal many children vanish with their families or friends or others around them every day. So, whatever.
That took place. Dogs picked up a scent. What do you pick up on based on what evidence has been released publicly that just as peculiar that sticks in your mind?
Well, I think, the first thing that everybody has to consider is what they call the victim risk continuum. The 5-year-olds just don't vanish from.
And I just want to pay out once again, lockdown with April here. And God, this really is a channel, and it's around. Y'all go to information. This is at the 2-year mark. Keep that in mind. Lockdown's up here with once the swimming hole video metadata comes back to June 4th. Simple fact checking is going to break this case. You really think it took them 2 years, 7 months? They still ain't done with a bunch of that metadata, including the swimming. Seriously. These are the channels y'all visit for your information and their hot takes and narratives about Summer, her case, or other missing children, murdered women and children. This is where y'all go for your information and entertainment online. I can't. Every day I can't.
From their basements. And suspects don't take that type of risk as well.
That took place. Dogs picked up a scent. What do you pick up on based on what evidence has been released publicly that just as peculiar that sticks in your mind?
Well, I think, the first thing that everybody has to consider is what they call the victim risk continuum. The 5-year-olds just don't vanish from their basements. And suspects don't take that type of...
Nobody just vanishes. Like the rapture. Okay? Nobody just vanishes. There's generally a responsible party behind it.
risk as well. If this is
on her property, her family was around, her mom and grandma were there, her brothers were there reportedly, and she just vanishes. There's no evidence of an abduction that took place. Dogs picked up a scent. What do you pick up on based on what evidence has been released publicly that just as peculiar that sticks in your mind?
Well, I think, the first thing that everybody has to consider is what they call the victim risk continuum. The 5-year-olds just don't vanish.
She asked him about evidence and stuff, so they went on with this.
From their basements. And suspects don't take that type of...
And you can't say children just don't vanish from inside their basements or homes. Even with their parents and others inside the house at the same time, because, well, that ain't true. That does indeed happen. Do I buy the basement bullshit? No. Not in the least. But children do indeed vanish from inside their homes. Even at night and otherwise when all is quiet and they're in their beds, even with siblings, sharing rooms with them, screens, all this shit, it does happen. And it's been proven to happen, shown to happen. So why is the detective out here telling us this doesn't happen? But anyway, is that what I think the case is? No, I do not in any way. Like she vanished from the basement. But anyway.
Risk as well. If this is a stranger abduction, then the suspect is going to weigh out his risk to go up into that property, and the stars align where a 5-year-old is in a basement. So right away, the authorities, when they went up on that property, that's the information that they were faced with. That this was,
How does he know information? But, I don't get it, but here's the thing. Right. There are indeed perpetrators that take that risk. That's part of what they get off of. Extreme risk. And it's part of the thrill. There are perpetrators in the world that do that. Part of it. And yeah, stars truly could have aligned in all kinds of perfect storms. It could be an unknown. Somebody just watched in a few weeks playing. It could be all kinds of things. It could also be accidents, cover-ups, foul play of some variety. You never know, right? But if indeed it is a perpetrator of any kind outside of the immediate family, or, and I mean, since Angela and him say neighbors, I mean, that would imply that some neighbor somewhere took that extreme risk. I think it's a neighbor involved, right? But then again, that could also mean neighbors are, all possibilities apply. Some form of foul play, um, cover-ups, who the fuck really knows what all this shit's about. But, now I don't know why the church people would play a role. They're on the suspect list too. Candace Dawn, those close to Summer at her church, like the SDA one, I suppose, because they don't get real specific about which church, and she had many, but I'd say they're talking about that one. And then Granda's, filtering out to other family members, unnamed, and then neighbors. Now, I don't know how church members close to her would apply, but they're placed secondary and in between Candace and Donna Grant, so just whatever. So who knows what the fuck that implies. But they're on the suspect list. And even if you've not been, say, released by law enforcement, Ansley has info somewhere that tells her that church members close to Summer do indeed apply and are being looked at as suspects. She said so. And I don't think that woman misspeaks or without purpose. Much like many others. So I don't know what the hell. All I know is there are indeed perpetrators that do take risks like out in the world. I mean, look at all kinds of serial killers, all these other things, super chopper. I mean, they all keep operating and they get risky, and a lot of them get riskier, more violent, more this. Every time they grow and grow and grow and grow, and, the height of the crime is take more risk each time in order to get that thrill. And if it was indeed someone that was watching all these other things, planning it, any of that shit, right? Or they just got lucky, they are still a very dangerous motherfucker. It doesn't matter how they're connected, you know what I mean? They're a dangerous motherfucker and they will offend again. And it'll get worse. And it'll probably pick up, intervals and length in between each crime. It'll start becoming shorter and shorter. Just like drug addicts need to use more and more closer together, larger amounts, etc. Think of it the same way. It's essentially the same. Now, some, after committing a crime, can only look for a few years. Depends how they cycle, ebb, flow, but thing is, what you have in there, though, is that there was real peeping toms and shit like that, that were increased, and there was weird shit being sent to the home. For years, I take it like it's just aimed at me, but then I realized, wait, here's little, same age as Summer vanished, all these other things. There's power gifts, all this stuff. It's the only way I can see it. Even in this way, I seen it, I was like, holy shit. Somebody letting me know they're close enough to be hearing these private conversations between Andy and I, or and just standing there, it wasn't just like they peeped and left. This was hours to where they knew. Feeling like you do any predator in the woods, and I could see him, but they knew their lighting, they knew how to get on properties, how to go around a dog, all these things. Dogs vanished, they come back eventually. Hurt, all these other things, smelling wrong, smelling off, like they've been kept somewhere. Obvious rope marks, all kinds of other shit on them, just somebody knew monster cycles, close enough to watch him leave, come and go on unplanned things. For years they did this, and they're never caught. They're out there somewhere still. And it does often, I have to think, what if those people graduated? They went, you know. I also now think, as I put pieces together, that it was actually a thing. And I guess we'll all get to that point when I decide to speak a little more, find it safe to do so, or decide to let my little fucking light shine. Or I can put pieces together just a bit more. Y'all have no idea. As I've worked out all these dates and patterns of known predators and y'all ain't know about. But I know the names of, and I know their crimes, histories, those caught, uncaught, who people are, what they are, what they do in their spare fucking time, and otherwise. I put together all the dates and times for different work crews in that years, who all was working them from locals to others, and certain times, you know, trying to find patterns, anything. Y'all can think I'm just whatever, but try to fucking hard find the answer. Still am. No. I just hope we're all stupid and it's wasted effort, and Feds know and they're just waiting. That's all I can say. But to me, until the day comes, it's not wasted effort. It's worth it, just in case, and on the off chance. And to find or shake loose these keys others may hold and it's still needed or something. So it's not wasted effort, you know, but no. Either way, yeah, there are indeed perpetrators that take extreme risks, especially those who graduate. Because those types start one place and they level up just like any other criminal, mostly, that is usually human on human crime. You know, type things where it concerns predation for her reasons or involves women or children, you know, that type of shit. Start one place and they keep graduating and riskier and more extreme, and yeah, it does exist, so I don't know.
From the parents, a stranger abduction. I think, the first thing that everybody has to consider is what they call the victim risk continuum. The 5-year-olds just don't vanish from their basements. And suspects don't take that.
You know what, fuck it, after all these years, listen to that fucking phrase. Oh. Oh, hell. You know what happens when you Google that? You know, the first thing comes up, cold case film. And then Squarespace, cold case, cold case. Oh, and then Profiling Evil's there. Really? Imagine that. I can't right now with that, okay?
That type of risk as well. If this is a stranger abduction, then the suspect is going to weigh out his risk to go up.
Then you've got I met Big Mama Bear up here with her hot take. That pic makes her look too old to be 7-year-old, in my opinion. Yeah, it's not meant to be exact or be outdated immediately upon being put out, and then it wouldn't last for a little bit of time until they can do another one if she's still missing. It's meant to cover a length of time, not just an immediate day one. This is what she would look like at 7, and then here 6 months later she's going to change one another one, another one, another one. It's meant to cover a period of time. That's why she looks older than 7. She goes, "Dear Jesus, these are the people around this."
Into that property, and the stars aligned where a 5-year-old is in a basement. So right away, the authorities, when they went up on that property, that's the information that they were faced with. That this was, from the...
And the stars aligned to where she was in a basement. But Lawson says she had walked outside. The boys told him, no, she was walking outside. Last they told me, she was outside. There's only so many people talking about her being in the basement.
Parents, a stranger abduction. Well, statistically, when you measure that against the victim risk continuum, where you look at low, medium, and high risk environment, situation, and circumstance, this is a very low risk situation, almost like an Elizabeth Smart, where she's asleep in her bedroom. Well, this is a 5-year-old.
So Elizabeth Smart disappeared out of her home with siblings and family.
The basement. And so that victim risk continuum tells the authorities there is a higher probability that the suspect was known to the property and or is part of the property, and it could potentially be involved in the disappearance of this child.
I want to point out,
And I can't disagree with that. I don't. All possibilities on the table, bro. Right? But there's still too many damn perfect storms brewing, so I don't know. And that's what makes it so hard to see what is probably very Occam's razor simple, but then again, maybe it's not. Especially with what immediately started winding its way around every Summer Wells. From local upward. Maybe it is actually still simple though, despite that winding in and out. Whether it be two things braiding themselves in and using one another, but oh man, falls back into the shit. Still got even it would sound overcomplicated, but it's Really, maybe not. Uh,
Out to people, and some of the video we've seen on the screen has been yours. You toured this home and went into this peculiar kind of basement bedroom situation where Summer was living, where she slept. Explain to us what you saw when you were there 2 years ago.
Well, when I went into the property at the invitation of Mom, and the first thing that struck me off.
okay, Minimal Reacts is now down here. Now, a while ago, they told us to forget about Summer and Rose because they're both dead. Move on. Move to other missing women and children's cases. Now, Manimal is down here after a bit, and they go, they don't even know what happened to Rosemary Blunt. You think they're going to find Summer? What about Rosemary Blunt? Shake her head. Nobody cares about her. Dude, 5 minutes ago in chat, the same asshole. It's like, they're both dead. Fuck them. Forget about them. Let's move on to other cases of women and children. Now I shake it, man. Nobody cares about Rosemary. Yeah. What? I want to know what kind of crack these people smoke every day.
Obviously, this was no type of living conditions for any children at all. I mean, it was very difficult, but my experience is.
Who the hell's Boomer Media? They're all like, quote, bad expert at best. Check your experts out. That guy has scandals all over YouTube. What the fuck? Oh my god, here's an LA connection. JSB son. Eh? Of course that's right. Thanks, Squall. Little does LA Connection know that they only exist because of you using all that as blackmail to shut us the fuck up and to try to get everything we knew some rules about us. Or y'all were gonna make my son look like XYZ, and boy ain't you. No, thank God LA Connection are not aware of you scandalous motherfuckers who commit crimes and threaten people and then enact it if they don't comply. Oh my god, they're making your son look like, if you don't comply, go over here and tell Tiffany and BK everything you know right now, Jody. And boy, didn't you. Thank God LA Connection's unaware that Squall's actually put on Facebook, stole shit, pumped bullshit out. Within all just a few days period when I didn't comply or access to what they wanted. Holy shit. Thank God you people can identify real crimes and real criminals around here. We'll be really up shit creek. Thank God you can really listen to those people commit crimes against and go, oh, this is fucked up. And you can figure out truth from, and holy shit, thank God y'all are such super good detectives. As victims, these people tell you, hey, this shit was used as blackmail against me and my children and to try to pump everything we know out of us about Summer Wells and to shut about their damn pet scamathons and call them out. Thank God you people can really detect the real criminals around here. Committing shit like blackmail efforts and all that. And targeting innocent children and young adults so y'all go around screaming, JSB signed for 2.5 fucking years because y'all are a bunch of idiots. No, let's go to these creators who've committed blackmail and all this against all these in Summer's community and their families and towards them and whatever, and believe your bullshit. Let's do that instead. I worry about y'all every day. Really do. Carry on.
25 years in law enforcement, and as a homicide investigator, I'd seen this many, many times before. However, when she showed me how to get into the basement, that struck me as a possibility of could something have happened on the stairwell going down into that basement with a 5-year-old, because mom says the child.
Sure. Sure.
Went into the basement through that stairwell. When I got into that stairwell, it was dark. And you go down into this basement area, and it felt, it was dark. It was moldy in terms of the mist. There were disheveled beds in there on both sides.
Mr. Moisture levels in a basement level thing in the middle of Tennessee. Through cinder block. You know what? Fun. It's mist now. It's fucking straight gorillas in the mist up in this motherfucker.
And it really struck me is what this child was facing. And that also gave me a better indication of why Child Protective Services may have been involved from the get-go.
One thing that both Don said, I don't know that Candace ever said this, but he was criticized for saying it.
WD over here. I still think it was planned by Candace, possibly with assistance of others. Candace should be locked up and interrogated until the truth comes up. I bet you this person every day of their lives is like, America and my rights. Unaware that you cannot be interrogated continuously and you have the right to an attorney. You know what?
And it raised a lot of questions, was that maybe Candace had made some bad friends, some people that she shouldn't have been hanging out with that they welcomed into their lives. Did she talk about that when you had a conversation with her, and in the months subsequently, why he would say that?
She didn't mention that, and I don't recall him saying that to me, Marty, but, Candace, when I spoke to her, she was telling things.
This lady thinks that was said to McDonough. That was said to Enton. She's got all her shit scrambled. Who are they putting on these desks lately?
I thought at some point from her heart. But at the same time, my experience also told me she was not being 100% truthful, and there was just something more there. I don't know what that is, if this was an accident.
I don't think that takes a super detective to figure out, bro. I just think it takes a detective at all. Should have seen the heart right before the money flowed, Dr. Phil. It's huge! The tears makes... Anyway, but, anyway, whatever. And, it's just like, still feel like being 100% honest.
If this was, something that they knew, somebody they knew, and, that type of situation. So it's a real mystery at this point, but I suspect the authorities are going to unwind it, and we'll see some, things taking place in the near future.
That is my hope and prayer, Chris, that this comes to a resolution and that little girl is out there somewhere alive and we can find her safely. Chris McDonough, former homicide detective, thank you for your time and your insight in this case. Also to Ansley Daniel with our station.
And the headline now, the banner is still no suspects 2 years after Summerall's disappearance. I don't know.
Johnson City, Tennessee. To you for the many questions and your concern about Summer Wells. Once again, the age progression photo of Summer. She would now be 7 years old. Police just releasing that this week in the case. If you want more information on her disappearance and the case, you can go to newsnationnow.com. We'll be back with another missing case next week. And if you have information that can help authorities in this one, please call the number on your screen. I'm Marnie Hughes in Chicago.
You know, watching this and watching how many of your favorite channels and creators were in this chat, they knew all this info coming out. Antley been given the closest to a suspect list you all had ever had on here, and they buried that shit. They all were screaming, "We got no news update. We just got this pictures, or we got no new news." Blah blah. But they knew you actually had. But for some reason, none of them said it, reported it. They hid it. They didn't want to know why. Because at that time, look what was happening. What's still happening? Holiday. And, you know, I really need to subscribe to this fucking place. But I just refuse to press that subscribe button. How old are you? 2? I don't even know what the fuck that last one means, and I don't care. It's real appropriate that you've chosen to stream talking about a missing child to come in here with and troll me about sex and my looks. That's real appropriate. I hope you found some joy in that tonight. Made you feel better. I'm not sure. Doing that to a female anywhere in this world and being that gross. Whether you're a female behind that trolling shit or not, it speaks a whole hell of a lot about you. It's disgusting behavior towards any female, especially those survivors of SA like myself and others. Yeah. Yeah, Wes, I'm entirely shit-faced. Yep, I've drank 4,000 gallons of liquor today. Make you feel good trolling on it? Because you know and I know that it's cancer and a speech disability from surgeries and things, and I'm lucky to have a voice. I was supposed to wake up as permanently muted for the rest of my life. I'm pretty overjoyed every day to have this voice. I'm glad you troll it. I hope it's never you and yours that face cancer or surgeries and are muted or left with certain tones. But I'm gonna bet, since the abundance of folks around here seem to suddenly be facing cancer situations of their own after terrorizing me ever mind, that it probably will one day be you or yours, and I hope you look back at that moment. And then I hope your loved ones never have to face somebody like your piece of shit self and be terrorized by somebody like you over their cancer conditions or disabilities from trying to save their own lives. Because that's what you're doing. You're all, you dear troll who've been doing this in the chat here. You want to tell me and give life advice about how much I smoke or don't. This is your hardline life, but you're okay with making sexual remarks in a stream talking about a missing child, accusing me of being drunk, making fun of my disability, and all that, you know. I'd say there's more toxic shit than a cigarette. I'd say being a shitty human being doing what you're doing in this chat's probably worse for humanity. Or anybody really than my fucking cigarette. That's what I'd say. Okay, are you done now? Mm-hmm. Is this supposed to help you? We're in the stream now to where you can try to take away from everything talked about here. What's your point? Exactly. What's this supposed to accomplish for you or anyone else? Are you helping find Summer? Is this supposed to help her? Any other missing children and women? Or is this just this comment or, content maker clip crap? Deflecting, distracting, in an ever extremist way, interrupting with it in the middle to actually not get anywhere, so people only hear garbage like this instead of other things we say. What's your point? What's your point? Anything you done here help humanity tonight? Anything good? Did you use all these same seconds to go smile at a stranger or buy a cup of coffee in the cold for somebody out there tonight? Did you instead go use this time and the words you've chatted to turn them into something good and go encourage somebody online somewhere that's having a rough day or being, I don't know, harassed online somewhere to anything good instead of this? No. You added to the abundance of darkness in the universe. You didn't help anything. You added to the darkness for the rest of the world. All those in here tonight watching you. Other survivors, fighters who will watch you in all the years to come as this sits here. Those who've been addressed, those with cancer, disabilities. You've added to the darkness, not to the light. And that's what you chose to do with your life. Instead of making it a better place, you made it a darker place. You took your time out of your life intentionally to do so. Take your time to harass another human being on it, to try to make the world darker for them. When you can clearly see some days the world's dark enough for them as is. You chose to do what you've done to try to make it even darker. But hell yeah, cigarette. Mm. Nance, can you grab the info and such from that, please? And for me, the thing is about these trolls like this right. It's now disgustingly going even further with the sexual comments. Problem is for me is they may be trolls, but it does indeed mean that their brain thinks this way and they're okay saying these things. And even if it's behind icons and names and all this, right? The average normal brain that is not terrible or monster-esque or shitty or a predator or a piece of shit on this earth does not think that way in order to have those thoughts in order to troll like that or to think those things are fun or funny. So to me, when you see trolls like that, y'all may think, ah ha ha, the trolls, they're just trolling her. But really what you have behind those are some type of warp that can think that way and type it, put it out into the realm of the universe, whether, it ain't good old fashioned trolling. These are minds that, think like this in order to be able to type it out and not feel so fucking terrible at the end of the night that they want to rip their own skin off and cleanse with bleach for doing it. Right? They're okay thinking like that because their brains think like that, which means you are indeed surrounded by people who may be trolling, but their brains work in that manner and they feel okay and happy going to sleep after saying things like that and making the place, this world darker and saying disgusting shit like that. These people behind these icons trolling on. These are not people that want children around. I wouldn't want to leave inebriated friends or others around. These are not people I'd want beside of me as I was fighting, medical issues. These are terrible people that do the trolling and they sleep just fine. And they can think, in that manner to even begin to troll how they do and to say what they say. And so each and every time you see one of these doing it, remember they're not just a troll, their brains do actually deed and they are okay with themselves doing that and they live out in the world amongst you. And apparently they do enjoy this shit online. So, So a lot of these minor creators and things though, more than a few are paid to do it. It's not accidental. And notice it does happen at certain points in streams, especially after it's been a pretty decent stream, pretty on task. It's meant to where people fast forward center. They catch garbage. It's meant to make the streams go longer. If we pay attention to these cretins, but that was 8 hours of shit to get through, and then they're like, "She was on for 8 hours." Okay. But it's also so the last words and the last thing seen are these trolls, just like when I'm on topic and trying to stay there, or things are sure you'll notice they come in. And a lot of these, a great deal, are paid or they're creators themselves, or they're little preferred pick-me mods. These are around the country who feel special because some random ass Junkie Kong creator makes them feel so in Discords or hands them out a little money to sub to us, or do this or do that, or little playing group efforts to get together and send them over here. All this center, And I should tell you the links they go to disrupt and screw with, and they'll tell you what though. They're all here because they care about summer. Meanwhile, they're in the back going, tee, and they're fucking 50-year-olds and shit. Let's send one of you guys. Which one wants to do it tonight? Let's send one of Jeff Bees to say this together, Hashtag summer, we're really fighting for it. No, you bitches are in the background. These discords and everywhere else. You creators are doing whatever it takes to speak darkness. Make the world darker, not better. You bitches and your catty shit in these discords and your drama queen bullshit. You're useless. Useless. You're just here for the drama and to, I guess, revisit the high school fucking catty Heather's Feathers bullshit. You know, in your khakis from Momlin. I don't know what the fuck y'all's problem is. Why in the hell y'all's mothers, sisters, aunts, etc. gotta have all that shit? It's like the Al Bundys of the world. This one time on the 50-yard line, man, that's the score. You know, revisit that girl's fucking locker room and bathroom like somewhere fucking else, bro. Like any other realm. Not around active and ongoing cases, dude. That's what you need to go, like, in your cul-de-sac and join the other Karens and, like, hey, you think it'd be alright if we could get the HOA to agree to, like, I don't know, recreating our high school bathroom and we could all go in there and smoke with, like, the fucking Aquanet and then we could all bitch about each other with a wine mug, you know, shit now and get the scrunchies and, I don't know. I don't care what y'all's problems are. Pick up a book. Any book. Anything. Go get a Aunt Julep in a fucking well-boned hoop skirt. I don't fucking know what to tell you. And do it anywhere other than around already traumatic events and terrible situations. Nobody needs to sprinkle on this shit on top of tragedies. You know, nobody needs that. Drama extra does not belong in it. Stop it. What's wrong with you people? Who raised you people? All of you online talking crazy about us because we got accents and come from hollers and, you know, y'all act worse than a bunch of fucking barn animals ever thought about. That is wild. Not weird. Weird. And that, you know, I guess theirs is not, but I wasn't raised that way. I don't like that. Never enjoyed or took pleasure in that bullshit. Steered entirely clear of it. Not into the drama shit, man. Just not. Nope. And, yeah. Just not into the lace and hand fans type of shit. Call me crazy. I'm more into the grab a book and be burnt at the stake type of shit, you know. Bitch is reading! Burn her at the stake. Then oh my god. Y'all give us all a bad name up. I wish you'd stop. No, I can't. I'll still never fathom how this place is made up mostly female viewers. They're all mothers and aunties and grandmothers, and they do this. The missing and murdered children and women's cases, generally. A lot of which here are survivors of some variety or another. Hell, as far as statistics go, most of us have been, you know, violated, harmed, abused, etc. in one shape, form, or fashion throughout our lives, or those near us have been, or our children. Most of you here tell your stories and then you go about fucking up other people over there or creating drama and retrying, cheering on, salivating everything. I don't understand it. This is the weirdest place. This is the weirdest place. Like, and the thing is, most of you are doing this. If somebody come at you the way you come at the rest, or any of us, about your own DV, your own cancer, your own this, your own that, whatever, right? Similarities held in between we here and you and wherever else. You would be in fucking tears. You'd be so pissed off. People be pissed off for you. You'd be just absolutely curled in fetal positions, but then you do it to others. Much like many of those right now in this room who are suddenly facing cancer situations, going through treatment, shit like that. I've watched for years as a lot of them, a lot of the same ones, and especially more than a few of the chatters who have also had recent diagnoses. Torment the living shit out of me about mine and my disability and shit, and then this place wrap around. And them online being safe to do so, even in this realm. And while they were doing this to myself and others for several years now, they, like most people, thought it would never be them. They thought what they were doing to myself and others was just fine. The extra stress, mental, emotional torment, all these things, how it would affect my health, blah, blah. Thought it was just fun to do that. Make fun of my voice and all these things, pump out that I was drunk or high narratives. All these. Now it's them, and they matter. And this place makes sure to protect from it. And they find it safe enough over here to be like, hey, I'm fighting, you know. And nobody's after them the way in which they were. Myself not. They just thought time would never be them. And then suddenly it is all of them. And in their minds, they matter. Nobody should be picking on. They got LS, YouTubers are going, don't you dare say anything about these people. Bitch, y'all built up whole ass channels on this whole Decipher Jody Sue Lassie bullshit that was a narrative, you know? Whole ass channels. And y'all always think it'll never be you. Till it is. And then suddenly it matters a great deal and you're like, I support all cancer survivors. Yeah? No, no you don't. You don't support those trying to still survive. You don't have anything, not their cancers or their health conditions or DV or anything. You only support it when it's you and when you matter. Your stories. Otherwise, you're going to take everybody else's and you're going to torment them to death with it, but not expect the same when it is or becomes you. Then you'll matter. You'll matter. It's a weird, weird place. The whole world's like that, though, isn't it? Anymore, anyway. People think in a way that, nothing really matters till it's them, based. Till it's done to them, till it happens to them. Till average Tuesdays become not average Tuesdays. Then it matters. Then it matters. Um, sort of like that anymore. Sorry, I sort of lost in thought about how far these tragedy pimps will go, and once again, how much they're willing to pay those Neros. Trying to bait us with stupid shit. Get things under lies and bullshit ways. Get access to certain places. So, I don't know, man. I ain't a dumb bitch. Wasn't born yesterday. Tons of people, man. Shitting on that. People know better. And they know certain things that make certain shit you're told. Quite obviously lies. Some clearly just want access because they're probably being paid. Weird that while tragedy pimps are on the ground, isn't it? Weird how things don't make any sense. Instantly. I People are special. And a whole great deal. Take others as being entirely stupid. Yeah. Sunset, man, just don't pass the smell. Some of these things, flavor monsters and YouTubers on them. All right now. I don't think so. Anyway, just lost in thought or something else. I was burning in the background and was talking about everything else. I think it's basically just my brain going, yeah, I think we've come firmly to our conclusion of what you already knew from the instant, the tones and the weirdness. Shit didn't math correctly. And you have evidence and know that things didn't take place. You know, but what you do know is these tragedy pimps are on the fucking ground and, you know, Monster's full tilt right now and knows who and what can be used and who to send direct, who can be paid. Yeah. What could have been put in advance several weeks. I'm good. No, you don't. So that's just where I'm at with it. It just don't matter. The math don't matter. So I don't know. Guess we'll just shut that shit down there. So anyway, that's where my brain apparently just came to a conclusion. Nah, I'm good. I ain't that even worse that the amount of fuck. Tell you what. I gotta ask this, I mean, these tragedy pimps or monsters stuff. Like, y'all sign contracts and you pay people to try to get fuck shit around us to get the, you know, and stuff, like, and to where they have to pay you back when we shut them all the way down. Like, does they have to pay you back? Cough back up the money, or does they exchange hands afterwards or before? Or like, I don't know how that works, really. I mean, I do, but. Hmm? You. Eh? You, I'm gonna guess one or two of you are monsters. I mean, you coughing back up whatever money you try to pay for this stunt, or you're planning on it. Because it ain't gonna take place. I know what tell you. Deers. The scent's wrong, Bob. I swear I feel about it. And how I feel about it. And a damn better enough man of us free. Parent instantly. Too much bait on it. Too much bullshit. Too extra. Too nonsense. Things not left. Could have been past 2 days. See anybody out here. looking for this thing. What they said. I don't think that thing was here either. Nah. Yup. Somebody would retail some back money to one of y'all. I don't know what to do. Ain't happening, sunshines. Anyway. Ain't happening. Hey. Y'all just do anything, won't you? And the only person that could have sent him to these is really Monster. Or either way. Somebody did. Didn't pass the sniff test. Good luck next time. Good luck next time. May the odds be ever in your favor. Anyway. Hey, Enhance, wasn't on this stream, I want to say like at 3 o'clock yesterday and the day before. And my head's generally turned that way. Correct? That way? I was, right? 3 o'clock both days. I'm asking for a friend. Tell me I'm wrong, Enhance. Yep, I was indeed here at 3 both days. Y'all know my head tends to turn that way. Stay that way. Pretty aware of what's coming and going here. Things that occur right there, especially. Math. Anyway, also, it's sort of reminds me of Stupid Short. Don't remember all the time, but y'all remember the other night or something? You're like, oh, I'm the one that's messaged you before about the you need to smile or whatever, like X amount of time ago. Remember that one in here the other night? They do that to send us on Wild Goose Chase. Like, oh, who was that on Cash App or whatever, man, 6 months ago, blah. And here's the stupid shit. Like, I knew then, it's like, that particular message, and I was bitching about it eons ago. I remember that whatever, it was a pretty thing, it hit a little sideways that night. That, and it was during a weird moment. They're like, smile, and I took exception, and guess what I did? I raised, I believe, hell about it, at least one as I can recall doing that at a weird time. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe there are multiples, but I only really remember one when all that long ago, a few months back. But when they said it, I'm like, you know, something I showed here. You know what I mean? And those who keep me in databases and the chat and they watch, whatever, yeah, they'd know this. And then they can send you on all goose chases or falsely make you think they're one person when they're not, you know, but it's because of what we've shown and what they hope we forget and that we've done in life. It's like them, when I first got here, I'd have a cup from somewhere, right? One restaurant or another, Starbucks, etc. And like a day or 2 days later, they come in here swearing they've been stalking me at this place, etc. And they thought I wouldn't remember, like, bitch, you got that because I was drinking a Starbucks coffee or McDonald's, whatever, or something, 2 days before. But it's part of their fear tactics that, oh, she's being stalked or, shit. But it's pretty easy to discern certain things to make you feel certain ways or to get you on goose chase, and all these wild chases. If you don't or can't remember what you've shown or what you've been in front of the live stream with, and they hope to fuck you through those levels. Luckily, for the most part, I've always been able to be like, but wait. You know what I mean? And my memory's like, oh, oh yeah. And knowing they've cut it off of whatever I was holding or doing or said in live, they bank on that not being the case in order to play some of their stupid games with. And then sometimes, like, they do dumb shit. Like, say shit to me that, because they're not paying attention to my lives, or, they think I won't think of small things like, but wait, I was here 3 with my head facing that way, and things should have picked up this and, noise. Because most people, honestly, in their daily, they don't think about or catalog or realize or are able to quickly discern that even in real time, immediately during conversations and otherwise. This is fucked sideways. What you're telling me right now doesn't pass the sniff. The math don't add up on it, and no, they suspect one of these critters is involved in trying to get some money to gain access to Little and I's property right now, and they've been paid. Well, yeah, but be asking for a goddamn refund. Ain't happening. That's all I'm saying. I'd bet on it. Nah. Nah, I'm good. Too much. People playing ignorant of things I know they're not ignorant of. New full moon. I also hope that may have been found by others first. Maybe. Didn't quite happen, though, did it? Yes. People playing me is one of my least favorite things. Or like they're unaware when you know full well they are aware. Wildly enough, this person is also one of Monster's favorite folks to fuck around with throughout decades even. Yeah, but right there. I just no, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. Anyway, y'all better be asking for a refund. Um, whatever. I don't know what the contractual details are between tragedy pimps and assholes. They get up to fuck shit. Y'all deal with it in your discords. Oh, we almost had it. Yeah, no, almost had it. Hmm. Let me find out though that Monster is responsible for sending or having anything to do with that. And let me find proof the way that lines up and what was supposed to occur and to get access to unlivable properties, tragedy, and payments in blood. Lord help if there's proof of that or whispered shit in the community and proof of, and people in to toss to my side and go, we'll testify to it in court. That'll be bad. Problem is, those people couldn't go this shit. And a local picked me over here on this shit for several years. I wonder why. Really? Whatever. Anyway, we're gonna leave it. One of y'all needs to go ask for a refund, or I hope you ain't exchanged money yet. It's all on y'all. You deal with it. Anyway, uh, we're really still here, and it's almost 3 years. Seriously. You know, gaining access to properties under false pretenses is also illegal, correct? Mm, I'm just asking for a friend. We box that thing. Unbox it. Feel rather boxy. And tell me these things are up everywhere, but I've not seen one anywhere. All the things that just don't add up. You know what I mean? It's tell you what. Excuse the flying shit fuck out of me. I'll just say, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my god.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that I came here to find Summer. We have a team of people working on this, and I am not going to stop until she is found. I will find her. We will find her alive. I swear it. Okay? I swear it. We will get to a place where she is alive, and we will find her. And I'm so sorry that this happened. You guys have a great night. Really nice to you. I assure you, you're going to find Summer. I promise you, she's still alive. I believe it. We all need to believe that she's still alive. So we will make it happen. We're going to will this into existence. It ties back to particle physics.
Is that fucking Robin and the other fella in a Baptist church tonight? You know what? I don't care about any of that. Who is that guy? Indeed. Enhanced, and it holds an awful bigger criminal penalty and access to properties under false pretenses. Anyway, than just straight trespassing. I don't know who this guy is, but apparently he was at the church tonight. And he's brought in a whole team, he says, and they're gonna find Summer alive. And I don't know what the fuck's going on right now. Who is this guy? Is that Ryan? What the fuck is this? What's happening? And this is Awakened stream, of course. Of course.
Guys, I'm not going to go into all that, but I'm not really scientist myself. I'm from Annapolis, Maryland. Joe Wells.
He's from Annapolis, Maryland, and his name is Joe Wells. Yeah, there were a few other Wells throughout all this past couple years eating up chats, and they were in no way related to the Wells. Was one of them Joe?
I believe that Summer's still alive.
And I swear he just said he was an accountant.
But I'm not really scientist myself, so I'm an accountant. But from Annapolis, Maryland, Joe Wells. And,
Yeah.
I believe that Summer's still alive. And I believe we'll find her. Doesn't make sense. There's no information. So we all sure.
And we'll find her. It doesn't make sense that there's no information. We will find her. Okay, so you have no information, but you're gonna find her. Can y'all hear this okay? Did Lockdown invite this guy to hang out with him on the roof today? Was it a little hot up there? That probably was a little warm today. It's pretty actually. I don't know. We're gonna listen and find out.
I've heard news lately to sex trafficking in the United States.
Oh God, he's heard some shit on the news recently about sex trafficking in the United States. Okay.
Government, to Epstein thing. There are all kinds of people tied in.
Oh God. Oh. Fuck it. I'm out. If he follows us up with Tom Hanks, Bill Clinton, Ellen DeGeneres, adrenochrome, etc., I'm gonna lose my whole fucking mind. Oh God. The instant migraine. Oh.
That international criminal racket is not just the United States, but international, worldwide. So everyone be very careful and just try to let love guide you.
Epstein. So y'all just be very careful. Let love guide you. So Epstein heard some stuff on the news about sex trafficking in the U.S., but it goes international. And Epstein and, sex trafficking, y'all just be careful out there on these Epstein streets. Let love guide you. Ooh. Well, they gave his name. Wonder if he has a channel. Social media. He has a team. They're here to get up in front of the church on what's supposed to be about Summer and advertise him and his team looking for Summer. They're gonna find her, though there's no information. But Epstein, and y'all be careful of it. My hell. I'm in.
The truths of love guide say powerful. The lies of people are powerful, but have the truth inside your heart, and everyone believes. We all believe that she's still alive. We will find her. She will be revealed to us. I believe she's still alive. They would not have killed her.
She will be revealed to us. They will not have killed her. We will find her. They just let anybody speak at these things, won't they? Yeah, and hence, this was it tonight for Summer's birthday. In a church. Where some guy in his newly built team, accountant Joe here, decided to advertise himself and his team and tell us about Epstein, good, evil, warn us about being careful out there because he's seen some shit about sex trafficking in the U.S. since international. Summer will be revealed to us and Satan's out here. We don't know. Everyone just let anybody speak at these things, won't they? Stand by. Just any average.
They were too scared. They're scared. They are more scared now than they've ever been. I feel that.
They will not have killed her, etc., because they're scared. They're more scared now than they've ever been. Actually, I think that works in the reverse, Joe. If they get more scared, the more chances are that they'll do so. You know what? It's fine. It's just God. I mean, hell.
That they would not have killed her. Keep searching, finding information now. It's not.
They need to keep searching. East of Annapolis. They've been here before searching. Do they have videos up on the channel searching somewhere already? What's happening here? Is this self-advertisement of something? And using the church and microphone and well, you know, it's going to be broadcast to start some sort of search team and start like some sort of AWP shit or something and get a name. Is this fucking advertisement? What's supposed to be Summers? Yeah, what? Surely not. Nobody'd ever do that. They're Paramount Plus. Are you getting this? Discover this, bitches. I don't.
Say these federal agencies have information, have technology that is far advanced in the future. There's no way they not know.
These federal agencies, they have all this equipment and it's far advanced into the future. Way far out, dude. Huh? Jesus Christ. Who says that? It's way far advanced out into the future. Yeah, okay. Fed's been here. They own this. Why are you here? You got that equipment? If they have that equipment and Summer's still in here and you don't hold that equipment, what the fuck are you doing here with your team, Joe? I'm asking for a tiny little friend and so.
Not know where she is. So we need to figure out where she is.
He finished that with these people have all this equipment way far advanced out in the future. But Joe doesn't know that equipment. But he's like, they don't know where she is. We need to find her. So if Joe's saying they didn't stand a chance, they'll haven't found her. But Joe, without all that, future equipment man that he don't possess is gonna find her. What the fuck make that make sense, my dude? Bro. And this is what they did tonight for someone's birthday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Timmy sitting there.
To treat our enemies as friends, love them, or slaves of evil. Okay? These people who took summer, they are not our enemies. They're slaves of evil. They are suffering too. Each and every one of them is suffering. And they need to be fixed.
Excuse the fuck out of me, say what? Did you just hear what I heard? Goddamn. Um, man, could y'all hear that? Is it just me? Let's rewind.
They do not know. These people do not know where she is. So we need to figure out. The NSA, these federal agencies, they have information, have technology that is far advanced in the future. There's no way they do not know. These people do not know where she is. So we need to figure out where she is.
He says there's no way, like the NSA, they've got know where she is. There's no way they don't know where she is. Okay. But Joe's gonna.
To treat our enemies as friends, they've never been. Those people are too scared. They're scared. They are more scared now than they've ever been. I feel that they would not have been able to keep searching, finding information now. Because it does not make sense. Stuff, guys. The NSA, these federal agencies, they have information, have technology that is far advanced in the future. There's no way that they do not know. These people do not know where she is. So we need to figure out where she is. We need to treat our enemies as friends, love them. These people are slaves of evil. Okay? These people who took summer, they are not our enemies. They're slaves of evil. They are suffering too. Each and every one of them is suffering. And they need to be fixed and saved as well. So that's the way.
No. You don't take harm children, women, and then be all like, oh my God, they're not our enemies. They're damaged. We just need to let them be fixed and they're friends. Fuck that. Ain't no fixing motherfuckers who fuck around with women and children and take them, vanish them, kill them, harm them. You don't fix that. No. No. And there is no fixing that, boy. Go ask an expert anywhere. Once a danger, always a danger, and they get worse, and you no. Do we have a child predator slash apologizer. Is that what the fuck we have? But didn't he just say we all need to be careful because Epstein and international sex trafficking? We just forgive all the traffickers and predators there. No, they're just slaves of evil. They need to be fixed. Bless them. They're our buddies. No, pal buddy God, they're not. They're not fixable. Oh God. I'm just like, how dare someone stand anywhere? Swear they're holding space for someone doing right by her, and then make whoever has done this a fucking victim, or try to look at them with pity. Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. Nah, bro. Ah, hell with that. Happy birthday, Summer. You got a fucking predator apologizer over here. Be like, we're gonna make friends with me. They can be fixed. Fuck you, say. Yep. Hell's empty. All the devils are here. Has this guy got aluminum foil on his feet? Like Little Nicky? What's that? I'm gonna fucking stroke her heart. God.
I have been approaching this. I want to change this to people whose safeness are small, or small little lives, and dirty tricks that they use. But that's not real power. Real power is through love, force of the So yeah, I'll stop taking that time. Thank you, everybody. Have a safe night.
Guises? That's working. He's gonna fix these people with parallel. I did it. It's like the ultimate fucking troll. Do they put up at least one or two of these fucking nut jobs at each one of these vigils? That way Jody Sue sits there and goes, the fuck you just say? Then they're like, see, she ain't thinking about looking for Summer. Is that it? Am I being fucking trolled? Yeah. Yeah. It's a setup. Something Dark said. They have got to hire these fucking assholes. They've got to. Just so that then they can put a clip of them doing this shit, and they like, see, everybody better trying to look for Summer. They have to do this on purpose. I swear to God, they do. Oh God. Oh God. This is on purpose, right? On purpose. Please tell me so. Oh God. You know what? We're just gonna listen to it again just so I can get used to the thought. Whoever this guy is gonna be rambling around now looking for Summer and our predators so they can change them, fix them, and love them. Take them home, give them treats. Release them back out into the wild to do again. We don't. I'm in hell. We're gonna listen to it again.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that I came here to find Summer. We have a team of people working on this, and I am not going to stop until she is found. I will find her. We will find her alive. I swear it. Okay? I swear it. We will get to a place where she is alive, and we will find her. And I'm so sorry that this happened, you guys. I really Have a great night. Really nice to you. I assure you, you're going to find Summer. I promise you.
They're gonna pray over him. What?
She's still alive. I believe it. We all need to believe that she's still alive. So we will make it happen. Okay? We're going to will this into existence. It ties back to particle physics, guys. I'm not going to go into all that.
We're gonna will this into existence. It all ties back into particle physics. Head disc. That's how particles work. But, you just manifest them into existence straight out of your ass. You will them, please. That's how it happens. Oh God. What the fuck does this tie back into? This is the worst shit show clutter I've ever seen.
I believe it. We all need to believe that she's find her. We will find her alive.
I don't know. I need to keep listening again just to believe it took place. I feel like I'm being pumped. Does Ashton come out anywhere in that church same night and go, ha ha, anything? Anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that I came here to find Summer. We have a team of people working on this, and I am not going to stop until she is found. I will find her. We will find her alive. I swear it. Okay? I swear it. We will get to a place where she is alive, and we will find her. And I'm so sorry that this happened to you guys. Have a great night. Really nice to you. I assure you, we are going to find Summer. I promise you, she's still alive. I believe it. We all need to believe that she's still alive. So we will make it happen. Okay? We're going to will this into existence. It ties back to particle physics, guys. I'm not going to go into all that, but I'm not really a scientist myself, so I'm out. But I'm from Annapolis, Maryland. My name is Joe Wells, and I believe that Summer is still alive. And I believe we'll find her. Doesn't make sense. There's no information. So we all, I'm sure, have heard things in the news related to sex trafficking in the United States, federal government, to the Epstein thing. There are all kinds of people tied into that. It's international criminal racket. It's not just the United States. It's all international, worldwide. So everyone be very careful and just try to let love guide you. Let the truths of love guide you. Say powerful. The lies of evil are powerful. But have the truth inside your heart, and everyone will be. We all believe that she's still alive. We'll find her. She will be revealed to us. I believe she's still alive. They would not have killed her. It would have. Because people are too scared. They're scared. They are more scared now than they've ever been. I feel that they would not have killed her. Searching, finding information now. Because it does not make sense. There's no information on this stuff, guys. The NSA, these federal agencies, they have information, have technology that is far advanced in the future. There's no way that they do not know. These people do not know where she is. So we need to figure out where she is. We need to treat our enemies as friends. We love them. These people are slaves of evil. Okay? These people who took Summer, they are not our enemies. They're slaves of evil. They are suffering too. Each and every one of them is suffering. And they need to be fixed and saved as well. So that's the way I have been approaching this. I want to change these people. People who say this are small, or small little lives, and dirty tricks that they use, but that is not real power.
Did he
Real power is love.
Loki say Satanist? Right there. And his goal is to help the predators, fix them, change them. He's really after a blessing back here. Oh, and you can't say, you only hear a certain type of person ever say, they have tech far advanced out in the future. No, they have tech based in the now. You just don't have access to it. Many don't, or they don't understand the capabilities of, or what is truly held by our government. But that doesn't mean it's advanced into the future. It's here now, indeed. So I don't like this. Future particle physics, Jesus, evil, Satanist, Epstein. I heard some shit on the news recently about sex trafficking. Y'all be careful out there. And then apologizing and acting like predators are. It's gonna be kumbaya. This one has a flavor on it, doesn't it? Y'all did this on purpose. How much you pay us, Cosby? You did it on purpose. Right? What y'all? Fuck y'all do. Besides bringing attention with tragedy been biased, some QAnon Wayfair types that drag them into town where they think freaky shit and make people like us go, shit, I need to double check the locks on the doors. Don't go out at dark. Ain't the bears and the snakes, it's these fuckers. They get to work for 3 weeks. How long they're gonna be in the ground hunting, doing their work researching teams? If you can go anywhere safely, I mean, oh, see this shit I'm talking about. There's no forgiveness. There's no fixing. There's no kumbaya. These poor predators, whoever, whatever's responsible, no matter what the answer is to June 15th, I'm gonna tell you, I'm dead set on that. I don't give a fuck if it ends up being somebody I've known for 5 minutes, 5 days, 5 years, 50 years. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if it's a stranger, neighbor, church person, the fucking deacon, and I don't give a shit who it fucking ends up being. There's no forgiveness. And I will absolutely cheerlead on whatever court steps necessary to all mandated, you know, per rights and U.S. laws and stuff, to all of the, auto saves, if you will, run through court systems throughout years before they can be put to death or otherwise. But let's hope that's the case, honestly. The thing is, yeah, I'm gonna be there, cheerleading for that. I don't give a shit who you are in the end. And I know there's only like 10 box seats, you know, to that front row shit show. And everybody, I hope I get to live long enough, and I hope I get an invite to watch their last breaths on this earth. If it indeed turns out that Summer is not alive and they do indeed get the death penalty, because make no mistake, it's the one. And I'm not gonna feel bad that that person is no longer on this earth taking a break. Cannot believe they had someone apologist for Summer's birthday. What was there anything hashtag justice for Summer Willis? Did they make sure to scream that? Is that justice? This fellow's gonna find the perpetrators and he's gonna make friends with them and fix them. You're gonna love them. They're just wayward spirits, guys. Something about particle physics and Epstein and Satanists. We're not sure. Here's what would happen. This has to be a joke or a plant or bring so many in from everywhere. Every time. It's hard to tell half the time if it's bullshit, a plant, trash bin, sensationalism. Shit to make half of us go, the fuck did you just say? But I guarantee you, I'm like, see, just who spotted them and they're out doing the best in the Lord's work and looking for summer. And she don't want them searching. Karen fucking did, bro. Really, it happened. Like, really happened. This guy said all this stuff.
Lies of people are powerful.
One more time. Just so I can believe him.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that I came here to find Summer. We have a team of people working on this, and I am not going to stop until she is found. I will find her. We will find her alive. I swear it. Okay? I swear it. We will get to a place where she is alive, and we will find her. And I'm so sorry that this happened. You guys have a great night. Really nice to you. I assure you, you're going to find Summer. I promise you, she's still alive. I believe it. We all need to believe that she's still alive. So we will make it happen. Okay? We're going to will this into existence.
Yeah, that was Robin. I swear it's Robin. She just come running up from the church pews in the back somewhere. Had to run on stage and just give him a great big old next people stand.
It ties back to part of the business, guys. I'm not going to go into all that, but I'm not really signed this myself. But I'm from Annapolis, Maryland, and Joe Wells, and I believe that Summer is still alive, and I find her. Doesn't make sense. There's no information. So we all, I'm sure, have heard things in the news related to sex trafficking in the states, the federal government, to the Epstein thing. There are all kinds of people tied into that. It's international criminal rackets, not just the United States, it's international, worldwide. So just everyone be very careful and just try to let love guide you, let the truths of love guide you. Say power. The lies of people are powerful, but have the truth inside your heart, and everyone believes. We all believe that she's still alive, and we will find her. She will be revealed to us. I believe she's still alive, and we're not going to kill her. It wouldn't happen because people are too scared. They're scared. They are more scared now than they've ever been. I feel that they would not have killed her. Keep searching, finding information now. Because it does not make sense. Stuff, guys. The NSA, these federal agencies, they have information, have technology that is far advanced in the future. There's no way they cannot know. These people cannot know where she is. So we need to figure out where she is. We need to treat our enemies as friends. We love them. These people are slaves of evil. Okay? These people who took Summer, they are not our enemies. They're slaves of evil. They are suffering too. Each and every one of them is suffering. And they need to be fixed and saved as well. So that's the way I have been approaching this. I want to change these people. These Satanists are small, or small little lives.
Yeah, he said these Satanists are small little people. They lead small little lives. So now it's Satanists, Epstein, particle physics, sex trafficking, because apparently these fellows know where sex trafficking takes many forms and does not mean everybody with a jet plane and an island and King England, Ellen DeGeneres, Tom, it's fun. It is physics, tech, advanced far out into the future. We're gonna build shit in the beam. We're gonna be friends with whoever's done this, and Satanists, and yeah, he said that. Just breathe.
And dirty tricks that they use, but that's not real power. Real power is through love, force of
the Satanists have dirty tricks they use, but through verse of love, and I don't know. I just checked out.
Dirty tricks that they use, but that's not real power. Real power is through love, force of
And that's they have dirty tricks they use, but that's not real power. Real power is the force of power of love and the force of infinity. What? I'm just my brain, it's fucking short circuiting.
people who say this are small or small little lives and dirty tricks that they use, but that's not real power. Real power is through love, force of infinity. So I'll stop taking that time. Thank you, everybody. And have a good night.
The force of infinity enhanced. What the fuck is the force of infinity? Is this a Buzz Lightyear moment? Are we all having a Buzz Lightyear moment? I don't know. I feel like we're more of a Hey Hey Chicken. Really. Nicole, this is off of one of my least favorite channels. They're playing it from Awakened, which I also can't recommend, but this is a clip of a stupid bitch whose whole entire banner also features my children's faces and whatnot, but every now and then she has good pieces, so I'll just say it this first time. This one's cursed with fucking curiosity and her thinking AI, whatever. But it's where clips at. It's where the algorithms pushed it to me from, but it looks like the stream's actually another jackass over there, so. And I don't know what y'all think Satanists sound like. Now for me, I don't believe in either. None of that bullshit. But I've met people and stuff and whatever. They're Satanists and sincere, but now some do actually do the whole, yeah, there's a devil, right? But then others, they don't, they're more atheist, you know? But, and they don't truly believe nor worship the devil in any way. It's a very nuanced thing, this Satanist stuff. It's strange. But they too don't believe in either, but they somehow fall in, look, it's complicated. But man, most of them are more coherent, more intelligent. The tenets are far better than like others. It's like keep your hands to your fucking selves. You don't hurt women and children. I mean, sure, pretty fucking splendid. But it's basic, just common decency, empathy, heart-driven behavior. But yeah, any I've ever met in real life don't go around with this woo-woo hell Satan shit. I know a lot of other people in all kinds of religions that go around with this woo-woo QAnon Wayfair Epstein fuckery and shoving shit down people's throats. You know what? This is your brain on drugs. This is your brain on politics. This is your brain on fucking true crime. And then there's your brain on religion. And there are so many things that intersect there. Make a perfect highway for stupid to take hold, and that way you get up and do whatever the fuck this shit is. call it the Venn diagram from hell, if you will. It's that same center where, like, politics, certain leanings, religion, lower IQs, lower comprehension skills, higher porn usage and deviancy, extremely low literacy rates. They all come together in this sort of overlapping Venn diagram, and there's definitely hot spots for across the country and the world, but as QAnon Wayfair have taken on, it's damn sure expanded that and hotspot regions for it. But once you look at it, you realize certain things exist because of this Venn, and it just, I mean, there really is a Venn diagram from hell that makes certain people in their minds more susceptible to certain stupid shit, more gullible. Now things overlap, intersect. I feel like Ashton Kutcher. He's here somewhere, right? Somebody got the clip where he popped out right by him. It's like, has to. We're gonna go back 20 minutes ago when I said that. Because this is still so fucking unbelievable that I can't will it into goddamn existence. Particle physics, Epstein, or anything. I just can't. I don't know what to do about it. My adrenochrome, I'm not drinking enough today or something. Ashton Kutcher, like, he's here, right? Somewhere. It happened. Who's got the clip? Then again, there's some that try to get famous by looking this way or chasing these, like, oh, they'll pay attention if I get up there. Crazier I act, the more attention I'll get, more people get my name out there, and then they build up whatever channel, they do whatever. There's like real life trolls that come here and just get their face out on something, and then they go viral on social media and they have a good laugh about it. You never can tell these days. You know the Arby's guy? Enhanced, you ever seen the Arby's guy? Who then also every night he does the Satanist characters, a couple others. He's always staying out and he's supposedly doing the interviews with local news. You ever seen him? He was big on Facebook. He's hilarious. You know what I'm talking about? Some of these characters in this show, some of these events remind me of that fella. But he's doing it, and we're all well aware when he's doing, and it's meant to be funny. None of us think he's like a real person or wondering after, did that guy really with the Arby's thing and say, nobody's left wondering. These comedian, he's doing this. But in these, you never can tell whether you're being punked, if it's some person trying to get a name, what they're trying to say. You can't tell if it's a nut job. You just can't fucking tell. You never know. I need to look see if he's got a good channel or social media. I'm sure that he has a team. Why not? And I know they have better schools than this in Annapolis. I know they do. In music, how you gonna live in Annapolis and be like Epstein, Satan? You know what? It's fun. All the beautiful things out there, the ability to learn, to have this. Never mind. The whole world has the internet, and this exists. I don't know why I'm surprised. You have more things with the act, whatever. Whatever. Scan. Whatever. Okay, man. I knew I shouldn't have attempted a last walk around the tragedy down the streets. Oh, of course. Oh, look, we're gonna go on with, it looks like Sierra's really pumped out some sort of video about me, and I don't know, my face is on it, so it's a different story, I really don't care. Alright, 3 slides, and it looks like that's about the it's done message. One of those is toasted, the other one just seen or heard about the message, and I remember the shit clearly and left the evidence behind for Monster, so it was there, and I was there in person, and there ain't 3 sides. It was a fucking bullshit fluke text. Ain't 3 sides to shit. This is stupid shit. Okay. See, it only takes a thumbnail. That wild. How long has that been? Several years running. Oh my god. Is it on again? Alright. So anyway, also here tell is we're back on the, just as an end note to the stream. Here till we're back onto this KKK bullshit and all that. I want to remind you, we've done many streams around here where the receipts are out there. Even Monster has told the world, you know, I'm with and support BLM, protest Klan on the regular. Nor am I white. They don't accept my kind of the Klan. There are very real videos and news articles and all this featuring me up even on my own social media and everywhere else. Conveniently enough, you will not see those around here inside of the stolen blackmail videos. You will see the narrative and the bullshit fed out by blackmailer extraordinary group, and that narrative still. I'm not, nor have ever been Klan, nor will ever be. I will continue to not like them and disrupt and do what I can when and where I can. When I'm not really occupied like I have been quite a bit last year too. So that's where we're at. We've been through this. Receipts been shown. People are pumping it out again. Yay! Y'all go with it. Woo! Receipts have been shown. Videos have been shown. People have testified that they too know I'm not part of the Klan, but indeed I'm part of Black Lives Matter and others. So yeah, I don't know what to tell y'all. Carry on. Some other bullshit. I don't really care. Yeah, that's where we're at. I'm told it's according to something to do with Z and Fred again. Whatever, bro. And always. So anyway, y'all, I've been here for far too long. I'm kind of hungry again, and I don't know why, but I am. I really want to play a little video games a little, but last message. Little appears to be eyeball deep in watching other people play whatever game this is first before she plays. Friday night. Back in my day, we just played the games. It was torturous to watch other people play them. You just kept waiting on your turn. Not this generation. they watch other people play them on purpose and enjoy it. I'll never understand that either. And, and that's been the thing since I was little, so although I did not allow them to partake of the internet and all that shit that early on, so they were not tablet and device babies, but I did not allow them devices till they were older, but they were book babies. Still are. Anyway. But yeah, at least since preteen I've been like, why are y'all watching other people play? I don't understand. But whatever, each generation's different. So I guess I'm waiting on her to finish watching whatever that is. Anyway, we'll see. So, but I'm a little hungry. We'll see if it's late night snack 30. And, enhanced I can. I don't know why I closed that. Could have just done that one. And we're supposed to, Amazon was trying to figure it out yesterday too. We're waiting on a ticket thing, but, they said the same. Could just be whatever. I don't know. We're just waiting, but looks like even to where it's trimmed over, and as long as you open an app or another browser, and as long as you're signed in, it should be alright. Well, that's the thing. Even Amazon couldn't. Yeah, there's problems even for them here. So they say they think something's a little foot, but they're trying to figure it out. Let us know. So it is what it is right now. But there it is. Anyway, I am cool band. Yes. Anyway, y'all, I am out here, and if you need it again, it's over at the community page. Like 3 or 4 posts down. And so, as long as you grabbed it, I'm gonna. Anyway, if you need it again, it's over like 3, 4 down. Community page. Oh, okay. Well, I don't see her in here anywhere. It's not on Restream or YouTube. Mm, n- not currently. Nope. No, neither side. Sure can't. Noda, you're not invisible over there. You have been invisible over here, though, quite a bit. I don't know. Has a flavor on it. Does. Anyway, thank you. Alright, Ella, I'm out here for night. Do me a favor. Please share the DV/Universal Man Signal for Help, as well as Summer's picture information, call her by her name. Y'all know what I mean by information, right? I'll spare y'all that at least tonight. Do keep in mind there's a helpful Q&A for Summer over on the Fed's website. If you cannot find it there easily, tap in the keywords Jeff Bobo Rogers Review, Summer Wells. Inside of his articles, you will find the link to that. You also find copy and paste versions somewhat in there as well. Keep up with local investigative journalists, not the bullhorns and such, okay? You want to share out real information, not tragedy pant and garbage and bullshit, social media driven, but real information. Law enforcement, investigative journalists, true ones, real ones, those like Bobo, Ansley, and others. Alright? Feds, you name it. Real information. And y'all, always try to be better than trolls here. Not predators, decent beings. Good pebbles, good sparks. Be a voice when where you can. Right? Help uplift, help bring people out of darkness. Not keep them in it or ensure that they're so afraid or terrified or this place normalizes everything in the world to where women and children and others die in darkness and are only brought out in body bags. We ain't all perfect, but we can all be at least decent, empathetic. Human beings to one another on this tiny little speck spinning in the vast cosmos. Not to be confused with particle physics and Epstein. Sorry. I'm also not sorry. Y'all, I hope you're up to uptight. Oh dear, I think I'm back. Anyway, but I hope y'all are having a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever y'all are. And, you're with someone, something, you love, care about, a good book, good snack, and finding a little slice of happiness. Anyway, like I said, I'm gonna go hunt down snacks. It's definitely snack dirty. And, I don't know what I want. I feel like junk food. Anyway, yep. And then I'm gonna keep watch over all the things, cause tragedy pimps, you know, they're on the ground, y'all. I don't like it. Yeah. Late night shenanigans, or otherwise. So anyway, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna snack and patrol and wait on little and such and such. So anyway, y'all have a good morning, good evening, good night, wherever y'all are. Be a spark in the darkness.